That was fun. The music you want.
Hello, this is Roy. Ready for liftoff! Welcome everyone! Oh my gosh, I'm gonna be so honest, I haven't streamed in like 10 ever. Ah, there you go, okay. welcome! Yo, me, what the heck? Thank you so much for subscribing! Welcome! You have, oh my gosh, this is awkward. I have the bathroom reverb. Oh my gosh, Fakula! Thank you so much for following. Oh my gosh, I'm honored. One of the I don't know what your title was, the managers of Starfall Studios. Following me? What crazy blade! Oh my gosh, it's the Raven Kenway following me too. This is wild. wait, let me get rid of my reverb. I think it's over here. There we go. Okay, I'm no longer POV karaoke in the in a public bathroom anymore. Wow! But Yomi and Koki, thank you so much for the subs. What the heck? What? Oh! Shooty! What the heck? You give subs? Oh my gosh. Okay, you guys gotta stop. I need to get to the behind the scenes. I was a big fan of you before, but now I'm a huge fan! No! Oh my gosh, all the VCiv people in the chat, I just want to say, you guys are like celebrities to me. You don't understand. You guys are like actual celebs. I'm like, oh my gosh, they're here. Well, welcome in everyone. Welcome. Release the last newspapers. I gotta do that. I gotta get I promised I would get Katsumi a list of everyone who's alive, so I gotta do that too. Katsumi, if you're here, apologies for being so delayed on that. What comedy, yo! Thank you for the follow. Ow! You weren't following me before? What the heck? Leave! Oh my gosh, yo! Thank you for the summon. Thank you everyone for the heart reacts as well. Okay. Shit. 67 bits. Oh my gosh. You guys gotta stop. I gotta actually get to the behind the scenes speech. Stop! Okay. Thank you for letting me dead cam crew. No. Thank you for helping out. Oh my gosh. Star Peas, I'm gonna say there was so much last minute decisions. Hannah, welcome in. The one thing I really learned from this event is you gotta be flexible. You gotta be like real flexible. There were so many things I did last minute. One of them was the news crew actually. I was just kind of hoping someone would, want to like become a news reporter. But then I was kind of like, as the event was approaching, I was like, oh my gosh, no one is announcing that they're a news reporter. So I was like, oh, okay, I gotta hire some people. So I ended up making a news team last minute. And then, oh my gosh, and then Semi died in the first 30 minutes. And I was like, that's one of my news guys. I was like low-key panicking. But I'm glad it worked out in the end. Sorgi, nah, it's okay. Oh my gosh. Oh my, I was so invested in like everyone by the end of the event. I was so sad. I was so sad anytime anyone died. I'm gonna be honest. Low-key, I was kind of like, I hope at the very start of the event, I was like, I hope people actually die, cause we need the drama. But then as the event like kept going, I was like, actually, I hope no one dies, cause I'll be sad. Biased news. I was gonna try to have more control over the news at the beginning, but then I kind of realized I didn't have time to like look at the article, so low-key I just kind of approved everything. Roy's Island children. No, you guys like are actually celebs to me. I don't know. I was like, oh my gosh, everyone is so cool. When is V Island season 2? Oh, I'll be talking about that on non-canon day. So make sure you're there for the director's speech. Milk God-controlled propaganda. Honestly, that was the goal. But in the end, it was just news crew controlled propaganda. There was so much misinformation going around, and it's crazy too because it spread to the news crew. I saw something that was like, yeah, that's not true. But then I just let it slide because I was like, actually though, but like drama. It's like clickbait. It's like those clickbait articles. I was like, yeah, this isn't true, but it's like clickbait. Gotta get those like news clicks. Every time I saw you in Minecraft, I felt like a god was standing in front of me. Yo, your god was kind of nervous, to be honest. Get this guy on Total Drama Island. A long time ago when I was like watching Total Drama Island, I was like, Clavi, yo Clavi, welcome in. Thank you so much for 19 months. That's still so crazy. What the heck? Welcome. But a long time ago, I wanted to do like Total Drama Island on Minecraft, and in a way, I feel like that kind of became true. Last Semi! Thank you for the follow. Oh my gosh, so many celebrities are following me. Thank you to everyone too who followed me off stream. Cannon, yo! Oh my god, I don't want to think about that. Okay, the last day, I have like things to say about the last day, about day 6. But we're not gonna talk about that today, cause I'm gonna be doing a separate stream where I actually talk about what actually happened during the event. Today is gonna be more behind the scenes, more of what happened beforehand, what I meant the event, what I meant to happen during the event. And we have a lot to go over, so let's get started. Okay, so I'm here at the very start of where everything happened. Yo, what the heck? Hype train level 2 is crazy. Ah! Okay. Oh. Wait, crazy? What the heck? Thank you so much for the sub. Also, I just realized I am not even in the right screen. Okay, there's 2 screens I need to switch to. One of them will dox me, the other one won't. I think this is the correct one. There we go. Okay, let me get rid of my wing. Oh. Yo, Airy! Also Servin! Okay, wait. Lance, do you prefer Zervin or Lance? I always think of you as Zervin now. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate it. Stella! Stella, thank you for the sub too. I'll be lurking. Well, enjoy your lurk. Have a good stream. Thank you, Clavi. How did I get going? I'll be back. I'll be back too, Shuni. I apologize. Okay, I just want to give a big shout out real quick before I get started to the Star Peas for letting me abandon them for a whole month of no Roy streams in order for me to do this event. So big shout out to the Star Peas as well. And what the heck? Thank you so much for the sub. Okay, so this is the airport. Yo, low key, I had like some high key last minute panic because of this airport. 73 bits, wow! How to be welcome in, welcome. Yo, guys, you gotta stop subbing. I gotta get to the actual behind the scenes part. Elio, thank you so much for this sub. Surprised how good the airport build was considering you were only there at the beginning. Okay, so that's the thing. Okay, originally the plan was you guys were just gonna spawn in like a bedrock, like a bedrock chamber. I was just gonna keep you there because you know it's like bedrock, so it's safe. But then I was like, okay, but like thematically, what if it was an airport? But also, I didn't want to pay money for like someone to build an airport that would only be used for like, I don't know, like an hour. So I went around and I tried to find like pre-made maps, and I found this one by Jeebus MCX, and I like messaged him, and he was like, he put on his map description like, oh, if you want to use this for commercial use, like make sure to like add me on Discord or like send me a DM. So I both DM'd him and added him on Discord, and he never got back to me until like 2 days before the event, and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm not gonna have an airport. But luckily he gave me permission very last minute, and I was able to use this airport. So shout out to Jeebus MCX for this airport build. It worked out really well too. Something else kind of last minute was this AFK lounge. I think I built this day of. There was like a lot of last minute additions. Also, I think like maybe an hour before the server opened, and maybe I even missed this as the server opened, but like I forgot to add barrier blocks here. There's like barrier blocks here. Oh, what the heck? Okay, well I was supposed to have barrier blocks here so people didn't fall off. Oh no, I think I do, but I'm just in a spectator, so I don't go through them. So I go through them. By the way, sorry if I'm not keeping up with chat super well. Got so lost in the airport. I joined late. Oh my gosh, yo. I like did not think the airport thing super thoroughly, because some people, so like my plan was people who joined early would spawn in the airport, right? And it'd be really big. So like people could like talk, and like, you know, if they didn't want to hear all the noise, you know, they could walk around. But what I did afterwards is, you know, as soon as the server actually officially opened and everyone was teleported to the island, I changed the spawn point to one of the plane crashes on the island. I was like, okay, yeah, so just, you know, everyone that spawned in late will just go on the island, and I won't have to worry about like the airport anymore. But what ended up happening, Starfies, is that there are people who would join early, you know, to make sure everything was working, but then they wouldn't be here for the like actual start of the event. So they would join early, you know, show up here, spawn in here, and then the event started, and they would then like leave the server until like 3 hours into the event or something, and then they would spawn back here because it's like they were already here, so like they aren't gonna spawn in the new spawn point. So they come back here, and it's like an abandoned airport. So I got like a few DMs like, oh my gosh, like how do I get out of the airport after the event started? I was yeah, I think you were one of them, Al. But I think a few people figured they could just go through the gates somehow, and they managed to teleport into the island. But I missed their flight. Yeah, some people also missed the flight. Also, okay, this was like decided a day before the event, but originally I was gonna just teleport everyone like from the airport, from like wherever they were onto the island. I knew I was gonna have like 3 different teleporting areas, like 3 different spawn points, but I found out the day before that, and maybe this isn't true, maybe I'm just dumb, but I found out the day before that there's no way to actually teleport like a group of people. Like, I was gonna have like a list, like a command prepared with like a list of everyone, but I realized that that's not actually possible. And so I had to teleport everyone one by one. We had to teleport people one by one into these holding cells, which was also last minute, because originally I was just gonna teleport people to the island, but we had to teleport people here instead, which worked out because I feel like it kind of fit a little better. And the very last minute too, I had to like prepare these like teleportation like rooms where if you walked into the plane, you would be teleported to the island. But I feel like it was kind of like a nice little touch. I don't know. So I think it worked out, but that was like a super last minute decision. Made knowing where people were voting around that island much easier. Oh my gosh. Okay, I think I missed the first part about that, but I also meant to release a map of the island day 3, but then I was like, actually, I kind of want to just want to see people explore a little more, so I never ended up releasing it. But yeah, that's kind of the behind the scenes of the airport. But yeah, a lot of last minute stuff I think surrounding the airport. Also, I like tried my best to place barrier blocks everywhere that people could like jump, but I missed the specific spot, and then a few people jumped over. I was like, okay. Dang. How did they get past my barrier blocks? Did anyone else make a rudimentary map of the island? Not that I saw. I think Nash, you were the only one. I remember seeing it. I was like, dang, he's so close, yet so far. But yeah, there were actually 3 different spawn points. These planes also did not look like this originally. At least like this plane and this plane did not look like this. This one was always like low-key kind of Spirit Airlines themed. But we had to update these to match the planes on the island very last minute. I think that happened like the night before. Let me change to creative. So for anyone who wasn't here, this is kind of the very starting experience. Was I opened these gates. Also, it's kind of funny. I had like a little opening speech that I did on the stage, and in my opening speech at the very end, I was like, okay, like, what is it? Camera crew, feel free to open up those gates to let people in. And then I like left the stage, and I was like, wait, why did no one open up the gates? And I realized later it was because I was in a separate like VC with the camera crew, and none of them joined the stage. I joined the stage on my own. So none of them actually heard me tell them to open the gates. So I had to like panic open the gates myself. That's why it was like a little delayed. Lena, welcome in. But yeah, once the gates were open, actually, I think the coolest spawn, because I made this one all by myself, was this little water landing here. Originally, there's only going to be 2 landings. There's just going to be 2 airplanes. But, wow, Dark Side, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Oops. But, I decided to like, split people out even more, because I didn't want, like, things to be too chaotic at the start, so I added this 3rd one. I made this all by myself. I know it's not that impressive looking, but I just want to say, I did not even follow, like someone else's build. I invented this. This came from the mind of Roy. Beautiful build. Thank you. I'm actually really happy that I made this water kind of spawn point, because there's this really cool shot, where everyone, spawns here at the same time, basically, and then someone notices, the island is right there, so they start swimming, and then there's just, like, a really cool shot where there's, like, a bunch of people just swimming together to the island, and it's just really cool. It's very cinematic. Very feels like, the beginning of an adventure. Everyone swimming to the shore was so cool, right? Yeah, especially because like the Minecraft swimming animation is like actually animated, so it looked really neat. Okay, so these are the luggages. I feel like people couldn't really tell. I was gonna have an image of the luggage, but these are also last minute. I was like heavily debating, so I put these in like the day before too. But I was heavily debating if I wanted to have these to just be like normal chests or if I wanted them to like look a little special. But like, I don't know. I thought like normal chests were just kind of ugly. I don't know. They just look like chests. So I wanted the luggage to be like a little special looking. And so I made them out of materials, but then people didn't know how to open them. Like they couldn't figure them out. I think a lot of people thought that you had to like jump on the pressure plate to open it, but actually the only reason the pressure plate is there is because without it you could see like the chest poking through. It actually looks pretty decent here, but for a lot of them it just like the chest glitches out and looks black. So I added a pressure plate to hide it. But yeah, these were the luggages. Also, important luggage that I also added last minute. But this is lost. So this luggage here contains the book that Comedy found actually. So this is the hint that everyone got. Vinny, oh my gosh! Yo, so many celebrities are following me. Thank you for the follow. I stacked. Yeah, you did. Dang. Everyone, Comedy is admitting to taking luggage that isn't it. That doesn't belong to him. He may have also taken your luggage. But yeah, this was it was kind of special because it was also in cobblestone, so you couldn't just like break it with your hand, or you could, but it would take forever. But this is where the fifth day book came from. I think I wrote this. Like this whole thing was written the day before. And I'm so happy that I ended up doing this because I don't think anyone would have been able to figure out the warden puzzle without it. And low key, even with this hint, no one was able to figure out what I was talking about for the warden spawn, but I think this helped a little bit. Sakura Roselia, thank you for the follow. Actually took Daedrus's. I think I butchered that. I'm so sorry if I get anyone's name incorrect today. But one of the serial killers would have gotten the warden book. I saw that too. There's a picture of calamari like right next to the luggage. But basically, if no one has seen this yet, if there's anyone that hasn't seen this book, what it says is it looks on the fifth day in the flower garden. This is partly inspired by a Minecraft ARG video I watched on stream actually, like a few days before the event started, where it also had like a kind of creepy book, which is where also kind of like the bad writing comes from. I don't know. It was like supposed to be like panic mode vibes. He does watch them. I actually got sent it like a week before the event started. It was my first Minecraft ARG. But it was pretty interesting. Showed them my Mpreg statue. Man, okay, so this is the island on the day 0, but your Mpreg statue is so cool. I wish I could show it today, but today's day 0. If it is unhappy, it will appear. Okay, one thing I want to point out that maybe some of you might have been wondering about already is in this book I say it, not they. And that's because originally I was only gonna spawn one warden. But then I was like, actually, I feel like that's not gonna cause enough panic, especially because at that point no one was living near the volcano. So I was like, if I spawn one warden, no one's even gonna notice. So I ended up spawning like a bunch of wardens. Well, that's why it says it instead of they. And then if you keep going, eventually it spells out warden. Like, eventually. Okay. You probably blinked and missed it, but like there was like a W there. and then there's like R, and then it keeps going into EN. I'm actually kind of impressed that someone was able to find that. Flip through all 100 pages of the book to find that. That was kind of the cult's fault. Yo, the cult had such a dramatic death. It was truly cinema in a very sad way. What are the chances that one of the library people got it? That's another thing too. That was like, I was kind of worried about the whole event. Is like, what if someone finds this book, you know, and then they die, or like, or they log out, you know? There was a lot of risks I took with this book, but it ended up working out. Actually, both. That's a lie. That's a lie. Okay, I was gonna say it worked out with both books, but that's not true, and I'll get to that later when we see the other book. But yeah, it was really funny because I saw a lot of people like trying to jump on these. They're like, "Why is my luggage not coming out?" But I actually did something fancy to like put these minecart chests in a block. All for the aesthetic. This took like 10 minutes per. It took like, okay, maybe not 10 minutes, but it took like 5 minutes per luggage. So everyone, please say thank you, Roy, because it took a lot of time to put the luggages on the map. Okay, let me zoom out a little bit. So this is the island itself. So I actually commissioned this island custom. I drew it on paint. Let me see if I could get a picture in. Also, let me get some BGM in. There we go. Can you hear that? I think so. So quiet. Let me actually just like show you the Google Doc I had about my island planning. But let me hide my bookmarks first. Wait, no, I think I have maybe a scene for this. You? It's Roy, it's Asteroid, I'm back! Oh my gosh, you guys can't see anything. Let me try. Wait. If this is too loud, I'm sorry. Okay, there we go. Okay. You can at the very least see the paint image at the bottom. Let me try to get to like a better. Let me like nerf this filter so you can actually see the docky, the Google Docky. Is it you? You, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Okay, it's you. Where are you? Okay. You still can't see it super well. But here's like the planning I had for the island. So you could see, wait, I could just zoom in here too, I think. Okay, there we go. I think that's a little better. Yeah. There we go. So this was the birth of V Island. You can see my main plan was like just an island, and then there's like a little beachy part. Oh my gosh, I'm so upset about this. There was a coral reef that I spent so much time on, and then no one went to the coral reef ever. That's our home. It's so cool. It's so cool that it actually became your home. But this is it labeled, and this is also what I sent the person I commissioned for the island. But I wanted a very tall volcano. I mentioned specifically I wanted the volcano to be hard to climb. Also kind of unique about this map is since there's no access to the nether and also the end, I requested, I guess the end isn't really super relevant because I didn't request any end blocks, but I requested all the nether blocks to be naturally spawned. I found your abandoned base. Wait, my abandoned base? My base? But I requested all the like nether blocks to be spawned so everyone could still get them and use them for their builds. This was like an image of the jungle. I also wanted the jungle to be really hard to navigate, and I think that ended up happening because no one ended up building anything in the jungle. Silent, thank you for the follow. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna get to this later, but this is another missed opportunity. I wanted people to be in this area more, but like basically no one came here. But I had taiga cliffs in the northeastern part of the island, and like pretty much no one went there. I died at the cliffs. Wait. I think I saw you say that in Discord, and I'm not gonna lie, Semi. I don't know if you did, because I think I saw that. I was doing a little math in my head, and I was like, I feel like Semi died so fast that I don't think he like had physically enough time to get to the cliffs. They were pretty far away from the spawn point. Pine Valley and Micro Neko, I think was their name as well, made a base there. But yeah, I wanted the coral reef to be really pretty, and it didn't end up looking as pretty as these pictures, but it didn't matter because no one went there anyways. I also knew at the beginning I wanted a Pale Forest Island because I got jump scared researching for this map because I didn't know the Pale Forest existed like as a biome. I was like, what the heck is this? I was like, yo, like I've never heard of this before, but it looks cool. So I wanted the Pale Forest biome to exist, and I also wanted a haunted house, so it kind of just worked together. And then I wrote down all the landmarks I wanted as well. But yeah, we'll actually get to see it. But this whole map is custom, which I think is really cool because it gives you kind of a new experience, even though it's like vanilla Minecraft. Because like the world is custom, it doesn't feel like you're just playing another world in Minecraft. It does feel kind of special, and I think that was nice to be able to provide that feeling. The map was so good. Well, I'm glad you think so. It was surprising how often the Pale Forest was inhabited. I'm actually happy. I wanted like someone to start like a cult and they would like inhabit the Pale Forest. That didn't actually happen. It was like I feel like everyone who ended up living in the Pale Forest was really wholesome. But I'm happy that someone took advantage of the custom biomes and made a little house there. Chen and I were thinking about it, but it was already like day 3. I mean, you ended up building nice little residences there. I really liked your build, Ari. It was really, really cool. Love living up north. Yo, I'm so happy you built your studio up there. I loved your studio, by the way. But yeah, one complaint I got, and this is so fair, is a lot of people hated these trees because they were so tall. And then the leaves didn't despawn. And also they had like little fences for decoration on them. So like I saw a lot of builds where like people would have cleared the trees, but then there'd be fences just floating around still. But yeah, this was kind of the first spawn point. Also behind the scenes, all the camera crew had oh my gosh, wait, I've been talking about the map and I'm not even on the right scene. My bad. Oh, my bad. Okay. So many people fell from cutting trees. They did. I try not to think about those people. Okay. But also behind the scenes, I had this. Yes, the camera crew actually had waypoints. Even though you all weren't allowed to have any, we got them. So this was one of the spawn points. The other two were just was just this one. Also, okay, I'm just gonna say like the luggages here were placed first, which is why they're like a little uglier than all the other luggages. I got like a little more creative in the later luggages, but these are all just kind of like wood types. But this was a plane I commissioned for, I think, a little too much money. But I like did not have time to make a plane, so This was commissioned, and I did have to redo the fire though. I don't know. I didn't like the fire they added, so I re-added all the fire myself. But I'm very happy no one died to the fire because I would have been very sad. I've been like, oh, my bad. But luckily no one died to the fire. I did play test it. I went into survival, and then I like went into the fire for like 2 minutes, and I was like, okay, I'm alive still, so I kept the fire in. I never saw the plane go down. No, Skippy, did you spawn in? It's kind of funny. The Adventures Guild actually ended up like claiming this whole piece of land, including the airplane. And I think someone actually dug up the airplane even before then. So the airplane kind of like stopped existing after a few days in. A little Easter egg. Oh my gosh, wait, is it not here? Should be here. Is someone, I think it was Manon and Sophia. So they're part of a VTuber group, and one of their members couldn't make it. So they requested their member's head be added, and they're like in their lore, their member didn't make it. So if anyone saw this head and was wondering who this person is, it was their third friend who couldn't make it, who didn't survive the plane crash. I think apparently they didn't actually end up finding the head. So I'm really curious who ended up taking the head and what happened with it. Almost drowned at the very beginning. Yeah, the lifeboat. I'm happy you survived. That was a little Easter egg. I'm really sad they didn't end up finding it though. I wanted to see their reactions, like, oh my gosh, my friend's dead. But I think they like skipped over it somehow, or maybe someone took the head before they could find it. Okay, I don't think anyone cares about this little detail, but when I got the map, most of it was kind of like uglier. Let me go to spectator. Like if you notice here, all the grass has like a lot of like dirt textures to it, which I think looks really cool and really jungly. But I really wanted this area to look a little more like nicer because it was kind of the spawn area. So actually, very, 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 originally, like way back when I first came up with the idea, this was gonna be the one spawn point. This was gonna be the only spawn point. This was back when so something else. I only thought 35 people like at most would sign up for this event. So I was just gonna have one spawn point. I was just gonna be here. So since this was kind of like the spawn area, I wanted it to look a little nicer. So I manually changed, by manual I mean I used world edit to change all the like dirt here into grass. So this area looked a little nicer than everywhere else. When you had less people in mind, yeah, a lot of things ended up having to change because I didn't think so many people would sign up. But I'm really glad a lot of people did, and I feel like it made the event a lot cooler. It's so weird because like when I think back about it, I'm like, there's no way, like everyone ended up being so cool. Like there's no way I could have cut like 100 people. Like we would have missed out on so many cool characters and stories. It was so good. I'm happy to be a part of it. I'm happy you were a part of it, Zervin. These flower medals were added in kind of last minute too. I don't know. I just wanted it to be like a little fancier. So I actually had a friend hand place all these flowers. Like these sunflowers were hand placed. These flowers were hand placed. These flowers over here were hand placed. Like every flower was hand placed. Was it on purpose? There weren't any onyx daisy flowers, so we could make regenerative mushrooms too. It was not on purpose. that was not on purpose. I actually meant to have like a little bit of every flower on the island so people could use it for their builds. So any flowers missing was not on purpose. That's a lot of placing. Everyone say thank you to Sagi for this. But yeah, it's really interesting also that the Catfish Cove ended up taking this place. This is where the future Catfish Cove ended up being. I think it's also really interesting too in general that most people ended up settling near just like what I envisioned the original spawn location to be. Yo, Pat Umbra, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, thank you. That was where Catfish Cove was. I think this is where the Olive Branch, speaking of Pat Umbra, set up their base, was right over here. And the Rats cult was like, I think here. I think this is the Rat Cult rock where they put their giant rat. It was here. So a lot of the bigger groups ended up actually settling just at the very beginning. Even though I tried to spread the spawns apart, everyone ended up near like my original spawn location anyways. I need to see. Yo, the Rat Cult's build is so good. Okay, I'm gonna be. This is a little secret that I'm telling everyone. So maybe it's not a secret, but on build day 1, there was no competition, but I ended up giving the Rat Cult a few diamonds because I love their build so much, and also because they were one of the only few groups that actually built during build day 1. So I gave the Rat Cult like maybe 5 diamonds for actually building. Oh my gosh. This! The Wither. So, fun fact that I feel like somehow no one noticed, but I actually had 3 Wither statues on the island since day 1, and inside each statue was a Wither head, and these were also added kind of last minute, but the whole kind of point of these was I wanted people to be like, oh my gosh, there's Wither heads. And I wanted it to be like a whole thing where people would be like, oh my gosh, that like civilization has like Wither heads. And then maybe someone would be like mischievous and they try to get all 3 Wither heads, you know? And then people could like work together to be like, no, don't let this person get all 3 Wither heads, you know? And then people could be like trading for Wither heads and be like, no, this organization or like this civilization already has 2 Wither heads. We can't give them the 3rd one. I don't know. I wanted there to be like stuff happening, but literally no one mentioned the Wither heads at all. Someone even built their base in here. This was a base. This was a base, and I think the people who ended up building a base here didn't even log in after day 1. So there was like no Witherhead drama at all, and I was so sad about that. Just thought those were rocks. We knew about it. We had 2 skulls of Faye. I think Faye found 2 of them. So this was one of them. There was another one in the taiga, which I think Starfall Studios was nearby here actually. But there's one here, and then the 3rd one was in the water. Someone did, dig through all of them. They were all looted by the end, but there wasn't as much drama as I had hoped surrounding these Wither skulls. I never realized that's where the Wither heads came from. So that's where 2 of them came from. That's where the ones Bay and Pine Valley had. That's where those 2 came from. But I actually don't know what happened with the 3rd Wither head. Like I have no idea. I'm theorizing that the people who built the base took it and then they like had it in their inventory and then they never logged back in. I think that's what I'm guessing happened. But the 3rd Wither head I actually gave to Stella in a chest, which I'll get to. I don't know if I'll talk about that today, but I'll talk about that more for sure when we my next stream, when I talk more about kind of the island events. Ginger Fox, welcome in. I'm not actually crafting today. I'm going over some behind the scenes of a civilization event I hosted just last week. Just wanted mossy cobblestone and stone bricks. Oh, wait, that's so funny. Anyways, the final spawn point was this spawn point over here. Just another plane. Oh my gosh. I think Janice Grombus's luggage is here, and I mentioned his luggage specifically because what he requested was he wanted what's that one anime? He wanted an anime or like a manga. He wanted a book with like inspirational lines from a manga. I forget what Vinland Saga. So I worked so hard, like writing the book and like copy pasting all his all his inspirational quotes in, and then I even changed my nickname and signed it as the actual author as Vinland Saga. And then someone stole his luggage, and like I was like I went up to him because I wanted him to be like, oh my gosh, Roy, you're so cool for like even signing it as the author of Vinland Saga. And then, and then I asked him, and he was like, oh, I logged in like 3 hours late, so by the time I logged in, someone already stole my luggage. And I was like, no. So I never got the thank you I deserved, but I think it ended up working out because I think on day 3 I was just eavesdropping, and I teleport to the Merchants Guild, and then they're like in a secret tunnel or something, and they're like having a super secret meeting, and then they're like talking about island lore. I think they're talking about like the books that were found, and Barry whips out a book, and he's like, actually, I found a third book. He's like, it's called Vinland Saga. I watched the Merchants Guild try to analyze Vinland Saga for like a good 5 to 10 minutes. They're like, what could it mean? They're like, this has to be connected to the Wither somehow. That was actually so funny. We agonized over that book. It was like their secret weapon, but I'm sorry. That was just Janice's luggage. Actually, I think a lot of people ended up having their luggages stolen. I gave a lot of journals to people, and I even like wrote down like little excerpts from them, and a lot of people couldn't find their journals. I always wonder I kept wondering, like, people who ended up like stealing that luggage, like what did they think when they saw like the very like sometimes personal journal entries. Moss found her luggage 1 minute after landing, but it was already taken from. I think I was watching Moss's VOD, and I think it wasn't taken. She just didn't know how to open it, which a lot of people didn't know how to open it. How to open these luggages was you had to break it, and then it would be this minecart chest. But I think a lot of people were expecting that like they could just like click on it, or like the pressure plate would do something, but they had to actually break it. But it's actually funny because I was so confused because I saw Moss's VOD, and I was like, wait, she didn't get her luggage. But then I remember hearing her horn, like using her horn as I was spectating the game. I was like, wait, how did the horn end up getting back to Moss? And it's so cool how like it actually passed hands several times. So actually it was Calamari who took Moss's luggage. And then Calamari eventually found a group of people after she had already been declared a serial killer, and like kind of as a truce, I think she gave them the horn, and then those people ended up giving the horn back to Moss. I think it's really neat how like things ended up working out like that. Help my people open their luggage and they abandoned me. No. I'm still so sad about all the day 1 deaths. But I feel like it did add to the kind of like the vibes of things. Wait, this is so sad. You just saw the Love Hotel disappear. Cuz we're back in the day 1 map. Okay, so we've somehow stumbled upon the Pale Island. So this dock was kind of last minute, but I wanted people to like kind of have the impression this place is a little inhabited. So I did add this little dock over here. I don't know why, but I was hoping people would fall through these holes. But no one did, which was kind of disappointing. I worked really hard making these holes. I thought, oh my gosh. Roy W. Thank you, Ari, for falling through. So many deaths here. Okay. I think the haunted house was maybe responsible for a good 33 to 50% of the deaths. Days 1 to 5. Day 6 is kind of weird. I think a lot of people ended up like choosing to die on day 6. So I'm not really gonna count it, but the unintentional deaths, I think I think the haunted house was a huge contributor. Never stepped into the haunted house. I'm so sad. Well, I will be giving you a tour right now. So oh my gosh, it took 10 ever to do all this, but I added special zones where if you went into them, you would get effects. By the way, I just want to say, so the whole outside of the haunted house I commissioned, so I didn't build that, but the inside, most of the inside, was kind of built by me. Some of it was built by the original person who I commissioned, but most of it was like redecorated by me and my two friends. So actually, these two heads were the friends that helped me build the haunted house. It was Soggy and Crystal. But we'll start at the very beginning. So if you stayed here long enough, and a lot of people didn't actually, you got like this like effect, and I think it was just like a neat intro to show the haunted house was like a little spooky, you know? By the way, sorry if I like move my camera around a lot. When I get excited, I like jiggle my mouse for some reason. I don't know why. This room is okay. I just wanted to use like basically every Minecraft effect, and I didn't know what to add here, so I just put the slowness effect. And I don't know why, but when you have the slowness effect, it like makes you zoom in. But you have the slowness effect here, and actually though, if you manage to like go all the way here, there's a chest that has the only warped fungus and crimson fungus with the like crimson nylium and the warped nylium, where you could like, if you had these, you could in theory build your own like mushrooms, but then no one ended up using it. No one ended up actually making their own fungus farms. But that was there. I really worked hard to try to make like every block available to people, so that like people wouldn't feel limited by, you know, the blocks available to them. But no one ended up actually using that. Also, a little secret. I don't think most people, I don't remember at least seeing anyone actually figure this out, but there actually is a secret like shortcut here from down there to up here, which doesn't matter too much because it's not like it's super dangerous walking through, or maybe it is because so many people died here. We made a fungus farm, but it's red and brown fungus. That's so funny too. I think it's really interesting how, because I didn't really let seeds spawn from grass, that the primary food sources were like kelp and berries. And it's so interesting how like normally in Minecraft you would see like a lot of like wheat farms, you know, at the very beginning, but instead during VCiv you saw a lot of berry farms. So no one noticed, but in this room, if you actually go here, you turn invisible. I don't know. I was hoping like people would be exploring with their friends, and then their friend would disappear, and they'd be like, "Oh my gosh, where'd you go?" Or like, I don't know, like maybe like a serial killer could hide here, and then they could like ambush people, and it'd be like a jump scare, but like no one noticed. And then the two traps. This one. There was a snow trap here, and there was also this star piece. This was the #1 killer. I'm pretty sure this killed like at least 10 to 15 people. This trap, this one specific trap. And the thing is, actually, this was not meant to be a one shot trap. So if you notice, actually, when you drop here, there's beds, and I tested it out to make sure that if you had full HP, you would not die because of the beds. But someone removed the beds, and that's actually one of my regrets. Is I kind of wish I protected this area so that people could not have, you know, like moved the beds, and it would not have been one shot. And I think in future events I'm gonna be more careful about that. But yeah, because someone removed the bed here, this became one shot, and a lot of people ended up dying in this one trap. Which evil person took the beds? Okay, I'm scared of, I know who, but I'm scared of saying because I don't want them to be witch hunted. But Maybe I'll give them a shout out during non-canon day. This trap on the other hand, actually the opposite happened where people built up. So I think people built up like all the way up here. And so falling in here like basically was like perfectly fine. What else? But yeah, that is one of my regrets in the event is not protecting these areas. I think I was scared if I protected it, people would think they were stuck here forever, and then they would like message me asking to be saved. But you could actually just dig out. So the haunted house was only protected up to like here. So you could actually like dig everything here. Let's see. Oh, okay. This place creeped me out, even though I built it. So behind this painting is this little storage room. And also, I didn't realize this, but apparently with some shaders, you don't actually get this effect, but there's like a darkness effect, and there's these like mannequins. So this was supposed to be like mannequin themed. And I forced you to crawl down here, and there'd just be a room full of mannequins. And one of these mannequins actually has netherite boots. So in this house, there was supposed to be 2 sets of netherite armor. So like 2 sets of boots, 2 sets of like chest plates. That was kind of like the main prize of the haunted house is netherite armor. But unfortunately, I messed up, and there was actually 3 helmets. 3 helmets. There was actually another helmet in one of these chests that I forgot to remove. 3 helmets in the haunted house, which wasn't the biggest deal, but I was like, grr! I forgot to remove one of the helmets. But yeah, this place is kind of spooky. I was watching that Minecraft ARG video I mentioned earlier while building this place, and I got like spooked out, and I had to like leave. Not only did I leave this room, I left Minecraft. I was like, yeah, that's enough Minecraft for me today. This place spooked me out so much. I don't think there's anything special here. Yeah. There's a little graveyard. So, one thing that I think not too many people picked up on, but some people did. The penguin is here. Welcome in. The ARG made me scared of caving. Yo, that ARG was intense. I think it was honestly scarier listening to it, but not watching it, because like the way they narrated it. Oh my gosh, my words. Made it sound even creepier. But if you actually read all the books available in the haunted house, there's like a little bit of lore where and this was all made by my friend Crystal, where basically kind of the overall plot of the haunted house is like it's owned by this scientist guy who like turned all his friends into pickles. And that all started because these that I don't think anyone noticed either. These are actually pickle jars. We've been pickled. Our heads have been pickled. And then this is the scientist's grave, and he's been pickled as well. Pickles, yeah. So there's actually like one book that's not like the others that like talks about specifically about being mad about pickling. It's like, I love my friends. I love pickles. I love pickles more than my friends. I love pickled friends. And then I think this, this last book here is a little different than all the others. It says, my friends are gone. The pickles remain. You're smiling now. I hate pickle. Next SMP is Pickle Island. These are also pickles, by the way. If no one caught on, these are supposed to be pickles too. These are supposed to be giant pickles. Fun fact, the haunted house is flammable normally. During one of the build days, like by build days, I mean when I was building the haunted house, I learned that the hard way because the house burned down. Like the whole house burned down. Luckily, I had saved before then. Like I had made a backup, but like the whole house burned down because of this lava over here. I don't think I really lost any progress because I had saved like really recently, but the whole house burned down. Also, this was like the area you would get blaze powder. Was this area over here. But let's go over the rest of the first floor first, because there's still a few places. So this is the kitchen. A little detail here. If I'm in creative, you'll see that actually if you go to the kitchen, it gives you a hunger effect. It wasn't enough, and no one stayed in the kitchen long enough for anyone to really notice. But you did get a hunger effect if you were in the kitchen. I should have buffed it because, like, I don't know, I was scared people would AFK in the kitchen and just like die because of that. But people were in the kitchen for maybe at most 5 seconds. And that's part of why no one found this. Why are there monsters here? No one found this specific netherite armor until I think day 3 or 4. This was one of the last pieces of netherite armor that was found from the haunted house. So if you drop down, and it's also kind of funny too, because this place is actually not build protected. So like in theory, you could have just mined in here. I'm gonna go. Have a good night, Semi. Thank you for dropping by. Thank you again for participating and helping out. But one thing I noticed as I was building this is that, you know, slime makes you walk slow. So I was hoping people would go here and they would run into this clown and it'd be kind of a jump scare. But this clown guy is actually wearing netherite leggings, so that's another location of the netherite. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna say I had visions. I had visions for the haunted house. I was gonna have a plugin where I could add custom sound effects to the server, and that's why, I actually forgot to remove it, but that's why there's a pressure plate here, because I was gonna have it so once you stepped on the pressure plate, like a creepy noise would play, but I didn't have time to do that. I also wanted a custom painting, so this is gonna be like a scarier painting too. But yeah, it's actually pretty scary once there's no light, because you just go in and then just like the clown. How do I get into this event? Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, Professor. This event's actually over. Next time. Anything else? Not much here in this room. I did add this like levitation trap, which, by the way, you're able to make it to the bed. If you do get caught into that trap. But what I did not account for was somehow the levitation trap extended up here, and this killed a few people. And I regret that too. I regret this too. Because it was not intended, but it was too late at that point. So a few people met their demise by walking up here. Also didn't really expect too many people to actually go on the roof, but they did. VCiv day 7 tomorrow. I guess we're back here. So some of you who may have, you know, visited the haunted house may recognize that this place looks a little different, and that's because someone on day 1 right clicked on this thing right here and died. Which was kind of on purpose. That trap was on purpose, but that did get someone on day 1. Who was it? Oh, I don't know if I should be saying names on the stream, but someone did. Also, I mentioned in my Minecraft like rule document that I gave out before the event started that there was one specific trap in one of the buildings that you would not be able to get out of unless someone teleported you out. And I was talking about this trap, this door trap. I was hoping it would be obvious enough, because door traps are like supposed to be kind of like the, you know, the tee hee ha ha, no one would ever get stuck in it trap. But yo, so many people got stuck in the door trap. Moss doesn't look as she runs around. I'm actually surprised though. I think a few people, I think maybe 2 people got stuck in it, and they somehow did manage to get out of it themselves. But yeah, that was the trap I was talking about. I did teleport most people out. I think I was like, I'll leave them in for 30 minutes. Hopefully they'll have learned their lesson by then. Actually, there's one person who I teleported out, and then I regretted teleporting them out because if that stayed in, they would have actually witnessed this guy's death. Because it happened shortly after I teleported them out. Like, I just imagine being stuck in here, you know, being stuck in here and just like seeing some guy walk in, and then they just die to an explosion, drop like all their netherite armor. I guess spoiler, the guy who died had like a bunch of netherite. And just like seeing the netherite in front of them, and they're just stuck in here. Oh, okay. Also, this was also surprisingly one of the last netherite armor found was my grammar is like dying today, but if you actually drop down here, I'm very surprised. I thought this would be one of the first pieces of armor found because it's very easy to get down here, and unlike a few of the other places, there's no actual traps. But if you go down here and then go through the painting, there was actually some netherite boots over here too. I know who died then. There's this place. Okay, so there's a ghast over here called the fireplace. I don't know if anyone caught that detail, but this is a real life living ghast. And this is where the one ghast spawn came in. And these are where the netherite chest plates are located. Chat, Starpeas, can you tell what this is? Someone please tell me what this is. Roy, who made this map? So a lot of different people. The like terrain was generated by one person that I commissioned. The outside of this building was made by someone else I commissioned, but I made most of the inside of this building. So everything we're seeing here was made by me. Me and only me. And a little bit help from some of my friends, but most of it was me. Looks like Annabelle. Oh my gosh, thank you! Thank you! I'm so happy! I like asked someone and they're like, oh, it looks like... And then they didn't say anything because I couldn't tell what it looked like. But it's supposed to be like a scary doll. I even like Googled Annabelle to get inspiration for this. I like risked my eyes. I risked seeing scary things to get this image. But yeah, there's a spider spawner here. A lot of people actually wanted to use the haunted house to farm string, but I did not let them. And then over here was netherite leggings, which was pretty easy to find, honestly, so it was found pretty quickly. One of my favorite rooms was actually this one over here, and a lot of people didn't end up getting as jump scared as I wanted them to be by it, but first I'll just point out there's like a little chest over here that I messed up, and how did I mess up? Oh, okay, wait, so originally there was like another piece of like vine over here, but because the vine was here, you couldn't actually open the chest, so I removed the vine, but then someone got stuck in here and they couldn't get back up. Enchanted trident. Yeah. So this was there was an enchanted trident here, loyalty 3, impaling 5, and this was where all the prismarine and prismarine shards and prismarine crystals were. Cause I saw a lot of people on the server like asking about prismarine, so there was actually less before, but I made sure to like add a lot because people kept asking for it. So I will say, I did not see a lot of builds using prismarine, so I was like, all that effort. All that effort, and no one ended up actually using the prismarine. Like the whole result by the players. I more than liked it, but something a lot of people ended up avoiding, which to be fair, the haunted house was very deadly, so I could see why they were scared, but if you actually let yourself, so once you go into this room, you'll start levitating. And Seer, thank you for the follow. And once you get to the top, so actually, before I get to the top, there is a netherite helmet here as well. I think Al, if he's still here, actually was the one who found it. He got stuck here, and he was stuck here for a long time actually. And because he was stuck here, he was just like looking around and he found the netherite helmet. This was one of the last ones to be found as well. Two of my friends died in the haunted house. This house was cursed. But if you keep going up, you actually get teleported here. And I think this was a pretty good jump scare. Moss actually ended up getting stuck here because they didn't know that they could jump out. So they actually like DM'd me several times and like kind of asked me to teleport them out. But I just teleported to them and was like, maybe try jumping. So you would get like teleported here. Just look like the void. But you could just jump out. And also, some people were like wondering about what this was. This was the void that you would get to from getting to the roof of the haunted house. Thank you for making such a fun event. No, honestly, I have you all to thank for making the event so fun. So I think that was my favorite trap that I made. I don't know. I thought it was like, it's just like, oh my gosh, like, I don't know, it just feels spooky vibes. Like you're levitating up and then you see like all these faces and then like, bam, you get like teleported somewhere. Especially because that's not something you would like really expect in vanilla Minecraft, you know? There was an arrow trap here, but I think someone took the arrows like very early on. Also, fun fact, you got like jump boost here. So this hallway, wow, Koki, thank you for more bits. What the heck? Thank you. Want to hear more about the moon? Ooh, yeah. I'll get to the moon soon. But this whole hallway, so I try to kind of have a theme for everywhere, for like all the rooms. And this hallway was like end themed because you could see like there's the end stuff at the end over there. So because the end is kind of like the moon. Promise my beloved. Also, Penguin, thank you for the follow. But because this is like moon/end themed, I decided to give people like extra jump boost. This was like the cult room. If you go all the way up, there's an armor stand with a netherite helmet up here. But if you go down here, we get to what is probably my favorite jump scare of the event. That actually like creeped me out and like made me not want to go to the haunted house ever. I tried to get ender pearls, but they never dropped. Oh, yeah. So I think I changed it so endermen couldn't drop ender pearls because ender pearls are low-key kind of OP, and I like wanted people to like actually have a chance at like chasing people down, you know? If you have an ender pearl, it's so easy to like escape, you know, like a prison or like a lot of different things. So I made ender pearls purposely really hard to get. I think there are maybe like 5 to 10 ender pearls you could get like total available on the map. But anyways, if you drop down here, you see like this netherite farm. You can actually get some netherite here. This was breakable. And these were where the netherite hose came from. Everyone would be like talking about all the notifications about netherite hose. They originate from here. I think I saw Nash just going around at some point, just like giving people hose, so they would get the achievement. Wait. Okay, I'm gonna let these messages through. Twitch doesn't like hose, but I guess I do. Okay. But yeah, that's where these came from. But anyways, you're like, don't look behind you. What's behind me? And this actually refers to, if you drop down here. Oh, wait, sorry, that was a spoiler. You see this. And you're like, oh, like, it's kind of spooky. But then you turn around and oh my gosh, like, what is this? I think it doesn't show up super well on my stream, but like it's like pitch black and all you see is like this face. And that's like, when I was building this, I felt uncomfortable just being here. Just like knowing this thing was like here. I forget who, but someone did get stuck here and they were like freaking out. If you go here, there's actually a netherite sword hiding behind this mannequin. And I hate that too. But yeah, if you keep walking towards it, and that's the thing too, the only way to get out is you have to keep walking towards it. You do get teleported back to the start of the house. And I think that's pretty much it for the haunted house. I hope that was all. I think 8 pieces of netherite armor. The one other thing that people were not like exploring enough, where to the point where I had to like leave a cookie trail. I think it was when the Church of the Fish. I think this was when Skippy met their demise. Where like a lot of people were exploring the haunted house, and I was like, this is my opportunity. So I went into creative. I got like a stack of cookies, and I started like luring people because like no one had really discovered this mechanic before. And I kept luring people into this room, and you're like, what's here? You know, what's here? And there's nothing special about the room particularly, but when you try to exit the room, you actually get teleported to the moon. Also, I just want to say, I built this all by myself too, without a guide. And actually on the moon here, so this is not protected. There is a chest, and in the chest is where I had the end crystal and a bunch of end stone in case anyone wanted to make their build out of this stuff. We need to steal the moon. Someone did steal the moon. I think it was 2 people. It was the 2 people I lured actually that ended up stealing the moon. But yeah, I think Distant Horizons kind of spoiled things a little bit, but normally I think in Minecraft your render distance wouldn't be enough that you'd be able to see the island or you'd be able to see the water. So I was hoping people would panic a little more and they'd be like, oh my gosh, like I'm stuck in the moon. But yeah, you could just drop in the water and you'll be okay. Okay, I was scared people would like make a death trap here because none of this was spawn protected. So I was scared like people would just build like a cobblestone like floor here, and then everyone who teleported to the moon would just die automatically. But no one did that, luckily. Distant Horizons was the reason why people saw Ghost Airport. Yeah, that was unfortunate too. Also, it was partly my fault because I planned to remove the airport day 1, you know, as soon as I teleported people in, which thankfully I didn't because people would then. Some people ended up, you know, respawning in the airport who joined late, but I didn't have time to, so I didn't actually remove the airport until build day 1. Some people actually, you know, built their way back up to the airport, but yeah, there was nothing there because it was supposed to be gone. The moon haunts. Oh my gosh, I miss Marvy Rivies. It made people sound crazy too. But yeah, that was the haunted house. I think this was the building I definitely spent the most time on. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe not. But haunted house, #1 player killer. And the two #1 player killers were not intended. So that is one lesson learned, is next time I'm going to be more careful and like more thoroughly playtest things to make sure, you know, that there aren't just like one shot kills. Otherwise, the Pale Island was pretty empty. There was soul sand here as like an extra resource since, again, the nether wasn't available. I'm really happy though how like people really took advantage of the Pale Island and like built their own kind of spooky builds here, including Hanabi's super cool. What is it called? Like I want to say like exorcism table. Like that's not it at all. Like what is summoning ritual area? Sion circle. Okay, yeah. Fun fact about that. The warden was a misclick. If you were there, you would have noticed there was a warden. What I was trying to do was I was trying to add a new world edit zone. And so to do that, you need a wand. So you like you know, you choose a zone. But right next to my wand, right next to this wooden axe, I had my warden egg, and I was kind of nervous because there's like a lot of steps you got to do to do that. So what my original goal was, I was gonna add a new zone, and everyone in the zone was gonna start like levitating to, you know, just add to the spookiness, you know, of the ritual. But I misclicked and I actually accidentally spawned a warden instead. And I was so scared. I was like really hoping no one would die, and thankfully no one did. It like indirectly maybe did kill Hanabi, but you know, the warden didn't kill her, so I excuse it as ritual side effects. I mean, like, yeah. It worked out. Also, Janice, thank you for the follow. Fun fact, I said witch as a joke, but then everyone started chasing. I felt so bad. I think it was honestly such a good arc. Such a good way to end her character arc. Sleepy, welcome in. Sorry I haven't been streaming, but welcome. Fun fact, so all the animals on the island were located in pretty much one spot, but I did add a few just around the island. And I think I put oh yeah, I did. I put chickens up here. So if anyone was looking for chickens, they were up here on top of this tree. What the heck, Alan? Yo, Alan, thank you for the raid.
We've now reached our destination.
Alan was also part of VCiv. He died day one trying to mine diamonds. let me give you a shout out. There we go. Everyone follow Alan. He's super cool. He has a model that has really big personality, and his singing is so good. Even if you don't follow Alan, you gotta check out at least one of his covers, because then you'll follow him right after that. Also, Sarah, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I guess I should introduce myself. My name is Roy, and I am the Pixel Prince of the Milky Way. Today, I am just yapping about some behind the scenes of a big Minecraft event I recently held. VCiv. Sleepy Rev, thank you for the follow. So yeah, welcome in, everyone. He is the diamond fall damage guy. Where are we? Okay. I think this is where the science team built their tower. Fun fact, this is all sandstone because I'm a Minecraft noob and I didn't know that you could make sandstone out of sand. I thought the only way you could get sandstone is if you mined it. So I worked really hard. I spent like 30 minutes replacing the sand in this specific lake into sandstone. But it didn't matter because I found out like 5 minutes before the event started that you could just craft sandstone. But yeah, fun fact. Also, okay, there was some cactus here, but I don't know who took the cactus. Oh, I think the Merchants Guild. I think Barry took some of the cactus. And fun fact, but this was actually the only available cactus on the island was over here. Someone actually asked me about green dye at one point, and I had to like double check because I put these in like way last minute. I had to double check that I didn't actually like override the save where I put these in. But no, I did have these available. But I guess someone like took them and then monopolized them. But then they didn't actually monopolize them because the Merchants Guild did not advertise their cactus. We had some. Oh, okay. I'm happy it was kind of spread around then. He's far more cute than Minecraft knowledgeable. Oh my gosh. I have a confession, everyone. Before I started planning for this event, I had not played Minecraft for like 7 years or something. So it was like a lot of like learning Minecraft as I was preparing for this event. Like I had to like do a lot of research to make sure that like I was balancing things correctly and that I was making all like the blocks available to everyone. Donut, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for helping out with the news articles as well. Panda. I think someone kidnapped this panda day one. I didn't spawn this panda in, it was a natural spawn. Kerbal, yo! Kerbal, thank you for the follow. Oh my gosh, so many celebrities actually following me. This is crazy. I don't know where it ended up being. Maybe it might not even be on this version of the map, but literally the night before, as I was sleeping, one of my friends who was filming, they live in Asia, so like filming was like a super bad time zone for them, but they promised they would help out. So they ended up pulling an all-nighter to make sure they were awake for day one. And I told them that if they were bored, they could help place some gravel. Like what is it called? Like the gravel you're able to brush. Suspicious gravel and suspicious sand. I think that's what it's called around. So I think it's around this area. There was some suspicious gravel and suspicious sand. Celebrities? No, you don't understand. You guys are like actual celebrities to me. I'm like, oh my gosh. You guys are like actual, like, I don't know, like actors. It's like I've been like watching you. I've been like, oh my gosh, this person is so cool. And this person is so cool. Wait. Yo. Thank you so much for 10 gift subs, Hannah. What the hecky? Like, actually, what the hecky? Thank you so much. I appreciate it so much. What the heck? Stop! Stop! My voice cannot handle all this screaming. Leo! Oh my God, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. What the heck? Ah! I'm honestly so appreciative. Like just VCiv happening makes me so happy. This is truly a dream come true for me. So really thank you so much for everyone's support and for everyone participating and making it such a good time. Mercury, thank you for the follow. You guys are actually the coolest. Can you do it again and make it fade away? Actually, so one thing I really focused on for this event, because in a way I felt that the people signing up were kind of doing me a favor, was my number one focus planning and, you know, working through this event was I wanted to make sure the player experience was good. And I really focused on that, like from you know, like the application process to like me like answering questions in the Discord and like, you know, the map and just the experience. I wanted it to feel like really professional, you know, like I was watching what's her name, Jenny Nicholson. Jenny Nicholson's video about the Star Wars hotel, the like $5,000 Star Wars hotel. And part of my like kind of mindset as I was working through this was like I wanted to give everyone like a luxury kind of experience, you know, like I wanted them to like feel like the event was super professional and polished, even though it was really just like kind of me, just one person, you know, handling everything. But I wanted to kind of at least give kind of like the illusion. So I'm sorry for like, I don't know, like for like lying, I guess, like kind of being a little misleading. But I wanted it to feel like a very like super organized professional event. And I think I was able to achieve that. But that was very important for me, was like I wanted to focus on the experience of you guys. And I feel like maybe I shouldn't have done that. Or no. I don't regret that at all. Like that was definitely 1,000,000% the right move. But I feel like a lot of other like people who start Civilization events, you know, focus more on like making sure the video is good, but that was always secondary to me. I wanted to make like the player experience a good one. And I'm really, really happy I was able to accomplish that. Your first time hosting? Yeah. You did a great job. Everyone had so much. Thank you so much. Wow. But truly, thank you everyone. I honestly could not have like I think I provided the playground, but you guys were the ones that made made the event truly special. Happy players equals good content. Yeah. I was also scared people would like log in day one and then they wouldn't log in anymore. So I really wanted to make sure it was just a good experience. Made 2 songs and 5 arts. Honestly, that's crazy to think about. My influence, everyone, guys. I'm finally a real influencer. VCiv longer, please. I do kind of regret making it as short as it was. Honestly, though, I've been like thinking about what I might do in the future, and I don't know if I will actually extend it. I think I will, but I'm gonna have to think really hard about it, because a big reason why VCiv is only a week, because it's a lot of commitment, especially for VTubers to, you know, dedicate a whole week of streaming just to one event, especially one where they can't guarantee they'll be able to, you know, stay alive the whole time. Like that's a lot of commitment, I feel like, from you all. And I'm still honestly kind of worried about that. So I'm not sure if I can do like 2 weeks, because I'm scared, you know, like a lot of people will not sign up if it's like a 2-week thing. So I'll really have to like think about the time frame. Where are we? Surprise found day 7. Think the amount of days was really nice, but sessions could probably be an hour or 2 longer. I think that was what I was worried about too, is I also considered that, but I didn't, again, I think I was worried that this would feel like too much of a commitment, and I also didn't want people to burn out. So it was very hard to find like a good balance between that. Like I didn't want people to feel like if they weren't there the whole time, they would start being, you know, left behind, or if they missed one day, they would miss out on too much. So I do have to really think about that and try to see how I'm able to improve things for the next time around. But I think I was able to find a pretty good kind of balance for this event. But I do think I'll still try to make it even better. Build day should have spaced out further than 1 day. Yeah, that's hard too, because I for sure like did not want to have build days on the weekends, because that's when most people are available. But yeah, I'm just gonna have to like really think about that and see how I can improve it. This is the Church of the Fish. It's so interesting because like I did not care about this lake at all when I was building the map, and yet it became such like an important place. Yeah, Church of the Fish shout out. You guys are awesome. Honestly, all the groups are awesome. But actually real close to the Church of the Fish. And I think it's so funny that this is so close. And yet the Church of the Fish didn't discover this until I think the second to last year, last day. Mpreg statue. Yeah, I think the Mpreg statue was like right here. I can see I can just like envision caps like inflated. Is that the right word? I feel like that's kind of rude. Like extended body right here. It's like okay, I'm gonna confess something. I think it was almost me. Asterix. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Actually DM'd me asking for permission if I could be mpregged, and I was like, you know, actually I feel like canonically Cap is more like mpreggable. So anyways, this is where the second what is it called? Structure, that's what they're called, is. I messed this up a little bit because if you're not careful, I don't even know how this happened. If you're not careful, there's no way to get back up. Wow. Yeah. I like did not think this through, but but luckily somehow it worked out. You guys managed to like dig up the sand in the way where it worked out, so you know it was fine. But I know I cleared the bunker was even a thing. Wait, let's start at the beginning because I messed up. Actually, and I think if I didn't mess up, this would have changed things forever. Like this would have changed the whole, like how the whole event played out. But there's actually a bunker shack. So I built this all by myself, by the way. Sorry. Every time I build something by myself, I'm gonna give like a little kudos to myself. But there's this bunker shack here, and inside is the bunker guide. The bunker guide, and this actually has the hints for getting through all 3 bunker rooms. Because the bunker is actually, I think, probably maybe one of the most dangerous areas of the island. But no way crazy. Yeah, I made this all by myself. Look, like, do you like this? I had like a whole chimney thing going on. Nova, welcome in. But I messed up because this XYZ was supposed to be the actual chords. This was supposed to be the actual chords of the bunker, but I forgot. I forgot. I forgot to add them in, so it just said XYZ. So Percy actually ended up finding the bunker on day 1, and he got the book, but he didn't know where the bunker was, so he never went to it. He never went to the bunker. Which I think would have changed things a lot, but maybe not too much. I don't know. I really don't know. Like, maybe people would have died in the bunker that didn't die. Maybe people would have got to materials in the bunker that didn't. Honestly, I don't think the bunker had like too much like game-changing stuff. Most of the rewards in the bunker was just like blocks to build with and like things to have. Elio and Koji. Yeah, Elio and Koji were the ones who ended up finding the bunker. That was Percy's book. Yeah, that was Percy's book. It was the bunker guide. You gonna fix the volcano? I probably will. I don't know when I'll do it. I might just do it when I log in, so the volcano might be ugly for like the first few hours of non-canon day, but we'll see. The most dangerous was the house. Yeah, the most dangerous ended up being the haunted house for sure. So let me actually get to the bunker. Okay, so this is the very top of the bunker. Low key, I was hoping someone would be like standing on here, and then someone else would press the lever and be like, "Why isn't it working?" And then they would fall, and then they would die. No, you can't die if you're at full HP. I tested that, but I was low key hoping, like, I don't know. Also, I like worked really hard to add a delay for when you press the lever, and then when the thing actually opens. I was hoping like someone would like press the lever and like nothing's happening, and then bam. Clover Bestel! Dang, speaking of one of the people who found the bunker, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. But, okay, before we head into the bunker, I need to give myself further kudos, another pat on the back, and just say, I spent so long learning redstone for this bunker. I watched redstone, like, tutorials, not just, like, specific redstone how to make like a trapdoor tutorial. No, I learned redstone. I watched like redstone 101, redstone basics. I did so much redstone research for this bunker, and most of it didn't end up even getting used. All the other structures I commissioned people to kind of make at least part of it. This bunker was 100% me. Okay, no, it was like 95% me, but most of this bunker was me. So you drop down here, and you actually have to have a partner with this one, so I can't demonstrate. But if someone presses these buttons at the same time, it opens this door. It's actually kind of funny because I had a play test with some of my friends, but my friends like low-key had never played Minecraft before, so so I was under the impression going into this event that you needed 3 people to open the bunker. You needed 1 person at this button, 1 person at that button, and then you needed 1 person at the door because the door closed really fast. But actually, if you were smart enough, you could like press the button from here, and then you would have enough time to get into the door. But my friends were like newbies, so they were like here when they pressed the button, and they did not have enough time to get in. Speaking of newbie, I don't know if he's here, but one of the first people to find the button was Elio and Koji, and then Elio tried to press the sign instead of pressing the button. But yeah, I did want at least 2 people to, you know, be together when the bunker happened, because I wanted someone to witness any potential deaths. So it would be extra dramatic. So here I worked so hard on this, and freaking Koji, without even the guide, he just RNG'd this. So actually here, 2 of these doors will kill you. 1 of these doors will open the next set of doors to go to the next bunker. Koji freaking somehow 1 out of 3 RNG'd this and went through the right door to open the correct lever. This is actually like a fake trap door, because like this is just a copper door, so you could actually just open it. Koji was like, Elio, stay outside and like open the door for me, but like you didn't need that because it just opens, or like you could just open it yourself. But what I set up, and I worked so hard on this, I spent hours on this, and no one even died to this, is if you press the wrong lever, you'd be like, oh my gosh, the door opened, and bam! It was like a pitfall. I even worked hard to make it like fall section by section, so like if you were here, you would just like slowly watch as like you would be like, no, I'm gonna die, and then you would die, you know? But yeah, the map, the guidebook did tell you like the right one was the correct one. Also, like, I wanted to be like extra evil, so like I did a thing where once you did it, the door opened, so you'd be like, oh, I did the correct one, but no. Roy like jigsaw the whole somehow. The volcano temple killed our best PvPer, if that counts for something. Wait, it did? Wait. I thought, wait, who was your best PvPer? I didn't realize anyone actually died in the volcano temple. Jeffist? Or Jeffist? Oh, Jeffist actually died in the haunted house. Jeffist actually cleared the volcano parkour, which no one else did. I'm just gonna say, no one else managed to clear the volcano parkour. Correctly, at least. But once you got to this room, there was some chests with some rewards in them. Some more prismarine, because I know people wanted it. And there's some enchanted armor. So these were enchanted with the enchantments that you can't get normally in Minecraft. I enchanted some chainmail armor to make it a little special. I cleared it? Really? Oh my gosh! Dang, I must have missed that then. But dang, that makes me happy. I'm glad someone else cleared it. I also made the parkour myself. That was... Okay, we'll get to the parkour later. So this place you could actually solve without the guide. So this is a snow trap. If you look really closely, you can see some snow looks different than others. And that's how you know where to go. But if you go to the wrong snow, you sink down to your demise. And I actually realized I made a big oopsie as I was spectating Elio and Koji, because I realized I gave them Frostwalker boots, and I think if you have Frostwalker boots, you don't take lava damage. So I was really hoping whoever got Frostwalker boots like would not fall down there, because then they would just get stuck. But once you manage to get down here, it opens these doors to the final bunker. And fun fact, there's every tree available in Minecraft here, and unlike most of the other parts of the bunker, I probably should have like had a sign that told you could actually break these trees. So in theory, if you got here, you would like, you know, have every type of tree available to you. Because I know like people cared about you know, having different wood types. So this was how you were supposed to get the different wood types. But I think the people who ended up coming in and like discovering the bunker didn't care too much about building. So they didn't actually like take advantage of the wood. You could also break the left side of the stairs. Wait, could you? Oh, you could. Okay. Oh, Also, you know what else you could do? You know what else you could do? You could build here. You could build... Wait, what? I thought you could. Okay. Wait. Yes. Okay, you could build here because... in order to hide, I think it was Nash and Clover who, so Koji and Elio gave up at this point because they were too scared, but, Nash and Clover managed to solve this last one. And because they didn't want anyone else finding it, they covered it up. They covered this place up. So I think a lot of people like who did discover the bunker later on didn't even realize that you could keep going because of this part. But what this final one was, and I made a mistake because I didn't let people to put boats down at the start, and I had to like fix it. I had to fix it as the event was going. But okay, I also don't even know why I like put boats here because like you high key did not need it. The water wasn't even there at the start. Yeah, so the mechanic here actually was, you go here. It takes you down. And then you swim to the very end. Maybe I should do this in creative to kind of show you. Or maybe survival? Okay. I hope I'm going fast enough. Oh yeah, I will die. Oh well. Will I die? I don't know. We'll see. I think I made it so it's like, I did a lot of testing with this. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna die. Okay, well, game mode, spectator. So, I made it long enough that like, without any kind of like special water breathing enchantment, you would barely make it to the end. And once you make it to the end, and this was a mess up too, because people got stuck here when they weren't supposed to. They got like stuck up here, because apparently like when you're diving up from water, you're able to get stuck up there. I actually knew that could happen, but I forgot to fix it before the event started. Asterix did die here. Wait, you could use F3 and F5 to quickly switch game modes! What the heck? That would have been so helpful to know during the events. Yeah, Zervin got stuck here. But if you actually press this, what this ended up doing was filling up this part of the cave with water. So like you could already barely survive. But once this was filled up, like you could actually barely survive. Like you would survive with maybe like 1 heart. Somehow Nash survived, I think, with more than that. I don't know what he did. But yeah, it was like supposed to be where if you didn't have like a water breathing helmet, you would die coming back. Because I'm an Olympic athlete. That was actually crazy. I was like watching. I was like, oh my gosh, I don't want Nash to die. And then you didn't die. And I was like, oh, actually, maybe I did want him to die. Protection enchants also protect you from drowning. Oh, okay, that's probably it. Yeah, I figured it's probably something to do with armor that I overlooked. Took me forever to figure out middle mouse. Clicking creative. Yeah! Oh my gosh. I learned that like halfway through as I was building. My friend was like, oh, by the way, you could use middle mouse. I was like, huh? I think I built the bunker without knowing that you could use middle mouse. But the reward was this room. So this was actually breakable too. You could break everything in here to get like the beds, which were super rare in the event. Oh my gosh. People, I forget what group, I think it was the LFDA and the Church of the Fish found this on the last day. And they thought these item frames were a puzzle. They thought these item frames were a puzzle, but they were really there to just hold the diamond tools. But I remember teleporting in here the last day and people were like debating about the puzzle. They're like, okay, wait, we gotta like change. We gotta change the order. But this was the last room. This was the last room. Write that down for next time. I think that is a good idea, but it was already looted. So what was in here was seeds. So I actually thought the bunker would be one of the first places discovered. Cause if I had not forgotten to write the chords down, it probably would have. But I forgot to write the chords down. So it's really hard to find the bunker. And so I put all the food seeds in here. And I also had sheep eggs because I wanted people to have yarn. I also had eggs, just normal eggs for like chicken RNG. Can you confess something? Wait, what? Wait, what am I confessing? Wait, that's scary. Wait, what? Am I getting blackmailed right now? Am I getting blackmailed live on stream? Someone yoinked the bookcases. We were convinced of bedrock. Oh no! Thought someone was building a death trap. Never thought it was one of the structures. Yeah, some people did find it, but I think they did think it was someone else's house. I had lily pads in here too, because like lily pads did not spawn naturally, so I added them here. And then I had a turtle egg, I had sniffer egg, I had a goat horn, more prismarine, and then I had one of every CD, budding amethyst in here, and I also had one of every sapling and every plant in here. So if you were missing a sapling or plant, you could find it in here, because I wanted people to have like all blocks and all mobs available. The reason why I asked for paired as luggage, you gave me seeds. It's okay. I know that happened because I remember thinking like midway through the first day that I forgot to clear everyone's inventory before I let them on the plane. This place was so bountiful. Yeah, this is where everything was. Never got any mangrove. I was so sad. There was also a mangrove tree out here that you could mine for seeds. So you didn't even need to get to the final room for the mangrove stuff. I also had some shulker stuff. I had armor trim in here. I think people were like thinking this because like I guess no one cares about banners. I don't think anyone made a single banner during this event, but people were like using this as the puzzle. But I just placed it there because I wanted it to be available. Because I think normally you could only get this in like dungeons, but I didn't have naturally spawning dungeons, so I added it here instead. You need wool. Okay, well I did have the 2 sheep eggs in here. So Pine Valley made banners. Okay, well Pine Valley also had a lot of sheep. We'll get to Pine Valley later. I think there's a lot of mysteries surrounding Pine Valley that people didn't know about. But yeah, that was the bunker. So I guess because it's kind of like a bunker, it's like where people bunker down. It's like the end of the world. So this room was like supposed to be like, the last room people live in, and it had like one of everything, It's kind of like Noah's Ark in a way. Pine Valley, the favorite child for real. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Low key, Pine Valley was kind of my favorite child. I don't know. They were just like, Pine Valley was so chill. I would be like teleporting around. There'd be like politics and like drama and then murder. And then I would go to Pine Valley and be like, hey, did you go to the mines today? So that was the bunker. And then let's see, let me fly around, see what else is on the island. Oh, fun fact. So some people actually ended up spawning here. There was actually a secret fort. Are you saying you didn't like the politics? I did like them, but it was like a nice change of pace as well. But yeah, there was a secret 4th, and there was supposed to be a secret 5th spawn point, but I forgot about it, or I didn't forget about it, but Kerbal had requested in his luggage that he would get spawned in a cave, and I had cords all planned out for Kerbal's spawn, but I couldn't find him when the event started, so I just put him on a plane, or he just ended up on a plane somehow, but he was supposed to be spawned somewhere else. But I think it was Stella had actually requested that since she's like an alien, and Birdman had also requested something similar, where since they were aliens, they wanted to spawn. Oh wait, you're right, Semi. Yeah, because you were spawned here. You were separated from everyone else. I forgot about that. But Stella and Birdman had both said like in their luggage that because they're kind of aliens, they didn't go on the plane. They crash landed from outer space. So I actually I actually decided to spawn like a good group of people who were alien themed here. Some of them didn't request to be spawned separately, but since they had like aliens in their like lore, one way or another, I decided to put them all together. I think it was like Airy, Dan, Semi, Birdman, and then Stella. And it's kind of funny because Stella joined the server late, so Stella actually did not get spawned here. Stella did not actually. The person who requested it did not actually end up being spawned here. But yeah, since like the end was kind of like the moon, that's why there was like end stone here because it's like kind of like meteor crash landing, and there was also a budding amethyst block here to make it a little special. We almost died to a skeleton. I was panicked. I was panicked too. I think like people spawned here and I didn't realize how like dark it was. So there was like a ton of skeletons. So I actually started killing the skeletons for them when they spawned. I died to it. No, I'm sorry, Semi. This was kind of a harder spawn point, I think, especially because it was only 4 of you. You were late. I think no. I'm pretty sure I killed them like right as you guys spawned because like I was like, oh, they're here. But yeah, that's why Aries and Birdman's luggage is here. I was too scared. Yeah, this was pretty dangerous. I think I probably should have lit it up a little more. But that was the secret 4th spawn point. The amount of skeletons that spawned at once right on Mihai, Kage, and myself was insane. 5 to 6. Oh yeah, I don't know what happened. That was a lot of skeletons. I did nerf the spawn rate. I think I nerfed it like by half. Like just the mob spawn rate by half after the stress test. I don't know if I'll nerf it more because I feel like it was like okay. I might nerf it a little more for future events, but I also don't want to nerf it too much because then it'll be hard to like get any like spawn like what is it, monster drops if it's nerfed too much. This is the Oasis. It's not an oasis, but I call it the Oasis because it just looks really pretty. I was hoping someone would make like a what is it, like a build right in the middle here. Like they'd make like their town right in the middle because of how like pretty and like fortified it is. But I guess close enough. The Merchants Guild put a base over here in this cave. So this is where the merchant's base was. When mobs spawn, there's a small chance it spawns a cluster for it. Zombies had a lot of them happen. Yeah, I didn't realize too, but lightning summons like monster like skeleton horses. So there were a lot more skeleton horses than I anticipated. I'm gonna be honest, I thought skeleton horses could only spawn in the nether, so I didn't even like think about them when I was like changing mob spawns, but no, they can spawn in the overworld as well. And then the Merchants Guild second base was like somewhere here too. Their like river base, I think was maybe here. I don't quite remember. I think it was here because I remember like you have to go through the Church of the Fish to get to it. The port town, yeah, the port town. I'm not gonna show an example, but there's another end frame here, and if you go on this, you also get teleported to the moon. I think not too many people went on here, but a few did, and they were like super jump scared when they ended up on the moon. There's also a third one somewhere out there in the world. I don't know where it is, but there's a third one that's just in some random cave somewhere. And that's actually I took a preview screenshot of it. But that also just took you to the moon. I thought something would happen if we filled all the portals. I was kind of scared someone would think that, but I honestly I was like super improvising. Like, what is it? I was also kind of like improving as this event was happening. So honestly, if someone like made that like a huge lore deal, I might have just made something happen once all 3 portals were filled. I'll talk more about this during my next stream, during my recap stream. But a lot of things were not actually super planned. Like I think the biggest example is the wither star thing, like the star wish to escape the island. That I literally made up day before day 6. I can't take all the credit. Stella actually DM'd me about that, and she was like, what if I had a star and I could make a wish? And I was like, oh, okay, sure. So that was not actually a plan until like the day before day 6. So a lot of things I actually needed to, what is it? Be very like creative about as the event was going on, which was a big lesson for me. And honestly, I think that's the way to go. I think some of the things I planned out ahead of time that happened later, like just kind of didn't make sense, you know, with how the plot had gone at that point. So I think like I learned it's really good, I guess, to be flexible and to like, you know, come up with events as things are happening. We spent the whole event building a cool radio tower to call ships. Someone blew it all to smithereens. Really? Wait, I didn't even know that the radio tower was blown up at the end. The radio tower too, like the whole broadcast was Andy's suggestion the day before. That was not pre-planned either. So we're actually right here at Pine Valley. So something you might notice, everyone, something you might notice is there are animals, and there are a lot of animals. So I don't think people really like figured this out, but before the event, I kept asking for non-VTubers to like sign up, and I think one of the non-VTubers actually joined. No, oh my gosh, actual celebrity in my stream. That's crazy. Welcome. But one of the non-VTubers like joined the server, and they're like, wait, how do I sign up? And I had already given them like a mystery role. So like everyone noticed, and they're like, who is this person? Like, why do they have a mystery role? And they're like theorizing. And actually the mystery was all the non-VTubers were what is it? They were the villagers. So their whole lore was they were the natives of the island. So unlike everyone else who crash landed on the island, the non-VTubers were like they're supposed to have already lived on the island starting from the beginning. So I didn't want them to have like too much of a head start, but I gave them I think 4 to 3 extra hours while everyone else was still in the airport. The natives were able to be, you know, on the island and start building and everything. So if you were on the airport and seeing people get like achievements for diamonds and stuff, that was probably the natives. And also they were the only ones to have access to animals like super readily available. There was actually a whole thing was with the head start, the rabbits started escaping, and they actually I think ended up killing all their rabbits because they all jumped out of the pen. So they didn't have rabbits, but they had all these other animals. I didn't give them seeds though, but I did give them breeding material for all the animals as well, so they could reproduce. But I was honestly worried. I was worried that the villagers would like share the animals like as soon as they saw people. They'd be like, "Oh yeah, of course! Like, well, we'd love to like share information on our animals with everyone." But they went the opposite way, and they actually like before the server, like before everyone else was able to spawn in, Wannabe, welcome in. They covered all the animals like underground. They like somehow like hid the animals underground, and I don't think anyone figured out that Pine Valley. And I think part of it is because no one really figured out that Pine Valley existed like in general, but um but no one figured out that Pine Valley had like a bunch of animals. This was Pine Valley. Yeah, this was Pine Valley. I walked by those horse stables first day with my horse, and they were like, we could get 2 more horses. Yeah. They belong to Pine Valley. The chickens were so loud even underground though. Yeah, I was surprised no one figured it out. I guess it's because people just didn't visit Pine Valley in general. Pine Valley was the natives. Yeah, they were natives. I also gave them a map of the island 2 days before the event started. So they also had that advantage. They did have a few restrictions. They weren't allowed to really leave like this area for the first few days. Okay. There was like miscommunication, actually. So I meant it. I had like a restriction where I was like, you can't join other civilizations for the first 3 days. But I think they took it as they couldn't leave the village area. Like they couldn't leave like this general area for the first 3 days. But they were allowed to. They just weren't allowed to like defect, I guess, from the village and join other civilizations. Because I was scared people like everyone here would just like not care about the village and they would just abandon the village and and just like leave other and leave to join like the bigger civilizations. But they ended up like sticking together, which was pretty cool. But yeah, I'm sad, Zaitin, welcome in. That people weren't able to like discover Pine Valley more. I think I thought people had, known more about Pine Valley which is why I tried to like make the ending the way it was, but it didn't work out. But yeah, if anyone was wondering about like the secret role that some people had on the Discord server before the event, they were the villagers, they were the non-VTubers. But I'm really happy with kind of the role they kind of played, and I do want to include more like special roles for non-VTubers in the future as well, and just kind of like special roles in general in the future. I think it just kind of adds like more, I don't know, more lore in a way to things. We need a small blip in the news about natives on the. Oh, that would have been a good idea. Yeah, that would have been a great idea. I think I originally actually wanted something like that, but oh my gosh, I could not like oversee the news as I wanted, as I planned to originally. I just was too busy every day. So I originally wanted to like request certain articles, and I think one of them was about the villagers, but I just did not have time to do any of that. There's so much to do. Yeah, there was so much to do. I don't think I was anticipating how much I had to do, like, after each event, after each session ended. Did anyone figure out that there were people on the island before the crashes? I don't think so, which is surprising because they were getting achievements, like, left and right. I was, like, super surprised no one was questioning that. Moving up here, Micro Neko, I think, built their house somewhere here. But there is a few cherry blossoms up here. Because I don't know, I know people like the cherry blossoms. I know cherry blossoms are like wanted. So I probably where the original cherry blossoms came up was up here. Well, in character, I was trying to avoid looking at achievements. That's fair. That's something I'm kind of debating on for the next event, is if I want to keep achievements on or off. On one hand, I feel like off is like, it makes more sense, with staying in character and all that. But I don't know, I kind of liked it how people were figuring things out by the achievements. And I'm kind of worried that without achievements, like, information wouldn't spread as fast. So it's like, it's definitely kind of a double-edged sword, but I'll really have to think about it. They told Starfall Studios that they were natives as the price for signing. I was kind of wondering about that because I was like eavesdropping on a conversation where you were asking for the reference sheets, and I was like, oh no, I don't think she knows. I don't think she knows that they aren't VTubers and they probably don't have reference sheets. I've seen events where unless you need an admin that for chat, that should be completely off for immersion, which I love. Yeah. I think for immersion, it makes a lot of sense to not have achievements, but I feel like misinformation was like a huge plague during this event, which, you know, adds to the fun, but I think too much information just kind of feels a little frustrating. And so I'm scared that without achievements, that would like add to the confusion, but I think I'll just have to think about it. It's something I'll have to like, yeah, just kind of think about. I just want to say, I like requested very specifically for there to be like huge cliffs here, huge cliffs, and like these spiky rocks at the bottom. Also, fun fact, I realized the day before the event that there was no packed ice on the island, so I worked really hard to like turn this part down here to packed ice, and then no one used it. Because I think partly because no one came here, but would you consider turning off the notif that a player killed another player? I think no. I mean, I considered it, but I think my decision is no because it just adds to the drama so much. I think it definitely ruins the immersion knowing that like someone else died, but it just adds to the drama. You know, it's like when people see someone else die, I think it's like it adds to the impact, especially day one. I think it makes things feel a lot more real when you see other players die, and I'm kind of worried that like it just won't feel like deaths won't feel as impactful if it's not announced to the world. So even though like it really ruins their immersion, I want to keep the death announcements. But yeah, speaking of deaths, part of why I really wanted these cliffs is I watched a movie a long time ago. I don't even remember the movie, but I remember there was a really dramatic scene where someone just like jumped off a cliff because they were like, what is it? They were like cornered. They were like getting chased up the mountain, and they got like chased up to a cliff, and then they were about to be captured for information, and they were like, you know what? I'm just gonna, and then they jumped off to their death. And I don't know. I was hoping someone would do that here, but no one jumped off this mountain on purpose, at least. I don't know. I was like, I felt like this would be like a dramatic way to go. This cave here, I just want to shout out because it looks so cool. I was hoping someone would build a house here, but I think it was too dangerous because there's like, it's so dark in here, a lot of mobs spawned. But this place is really cool. There's like a little cave here. Roy almost scared me off there. Yeah, I almost... I was like, yeah, no one's jumping, so maybe I'm going to make Nash jump. JK. People decide to use potions. I think I am going to nerf potions a little bit. I did not realize, and this was me being newbie at Minecraft again, I did not realize how much you could do with potions, so I'm going to nerf potions for my next event for sure. I'll make them available still because I do like how creative people were with them, but I'll make them more rare, and I might remove a few of the potions from being available. So as we move here, limiting the potion timer should be good. Oh, I didn't even know that's the thing. Dang, you learn something new every day. But yeah, that might be a good idea too. But I think over here is where Starfall Studios is located. I think right here, actually, I think they dug into this mountain. Starfall Studios was such an amazing build. Oh my gosh, they had marble sofas. They had like a whole marble room. It was amazing. I loved Starfall Studios. I gave them like maybe like 60 diamonds during for the second build day. Did you have fun hosting, or do you think you'd like to be part of an event like this in the future? I think both. I think I was super jealous. So actually kind of fun fact about why this event exists in the first place is I watched Ish's 1000 Players Rich and Poor YouTube video, and it was like the best thing that ever happened in my life. And I was like, wait, I want to be in something like that. So I joined his Discord server, and it was like, oh my gosh, he has a Purge event. He has a Purge event. And sign-ups for the Purge event ended like 2 weeks ago. I was like 2 weeks too late, and I looked so hard for other like cool events, and I couldn't find any. So I was like, you know what? If no one's gonna let me in their event, I'm just gonna make my own. I'm just gonna make my own. So that's why that's a big reason why VCiv happened is I couldn't get into any other events. Roy said I'll do it myself. Nah, like actually for real. Thank God you didn't get it then. Yeah, I'm honestly happy things worked out that way. I think like I would have always wanted to have started an event, but I think I would have preferred to have been in an event first. I had to do a lot of research for this too, since I had never even been in a Civilization event. I watched like a bunch of behind the scene videos. I watched like a lot of VODs of people who had been in an events to like figure out how like other events were run, to make sure like I wasn't missing anything for my event. So I'm gonna go to bed. Wait, I feel like you've been saying that for like for like an hour now, Semi. But if you are leaving for real this time, have a good night. You still on just chatting? I'm just kind of yapping. I don't want people to think I'm actually playing Minecraft because I'm not really. Yo, Caden Fox, welcome. Ish had some really cool behind the scenes commentary. Yeah, I watched his like commentary video twice. Don't tempt me to make my own event like this for real. It inspired me so much. I'm really happy. I'm happy I could inspire people with this. Like honestly, sometimes you just gotta do it. I will say like this was a lot of work. Like don't just think you can just like wing it. It was a lot of work, a lot of planning. I'm newbie at a lot of like Minecraft stuff, but I am a like not officially, but low key I'm like a project manager IRL for my work. So I have a lot of experience like planning things, and I think that helped a lot, just like being organized with things and setting like timelines and deadlines was really important. Oh my gosh, I will say timelines for this event were really hard because November is a rough month. November is a rough month. Like, I couldn't overlap with Halloween because it's Halloween, and then like there's only 2 weeks of November before Thanksgiving week starts, and it was like it was rough, figuring out a good week for this. And then after Thanksgiving, it's just like the holidays, and I'm like, I didn't want to wait until January for this. That was the original plan, but I was like, actually I'm gonna be insane and do it before January. It worked out super well. It really did. One thing I will always be a little sad about is it did end up overlapping with my birthday. I really wanted to have like a special birthday stream this year, with the Star Peas, but I couldn't do that because of VCiv. So that was a little unfortunate, but it basically had to be that week. Happy birthday. Thank you. I did get a bajillion happy birthdays from everyone, so it did work out in the end, but that was like just a little unfortunate. The server troubles on your birthday, I was so sad. I'm like debating if I should share what happened regarding the server issues. Also, fun fact, I turned somewhere around here into like red sandstone because I don't think you could get red sandstone anywhere else. I don't think anyone used it. Just do a late stream. Yeah. I'm gonna have a late birthday party stream. It honestly wasn't a big deal. Like VCiv was the best birthday party or birthday present I could ask for, so it was fine. What the heck? No! Oh my gosh, my voice is dying. my stream family is not used to. So thank you so much for the gift subs. Thank you truly. It really means a lot. um Where am I on the island? Okay, we're heading to the volcano. Let me change the spectator so I can move a little faster. But this is the volcano. Also a fun fact, originally all these rings here were like blue concrete, but I wanted normal concrete to be available because you can't re-dye concrete, so I changed all the concrete myself using world edits. It wasn't like block by block, but I did have to change the concrete to like not blue concrete, and I ended up deciding to go with like kind of like a gradient where it turns red at the very top. Why did I climb this as the first thing I did? I was surprised not that many people ended up actually going up the volcano. I thought more people would, but not a lot of people did. No! Awkward. Okay. It's okay. I have a TP point back to the volcano. So, this place. This was the famous island garden. Oh wait. Actually, okay, before I show this, I need to go back somewhere. Where are you? Wither oak here. Okay. So, I had placed a book in some luggage that kind of hinted about the wither coming. That was actually the brother book to this book. So originally there was only this book, but I had a book up here called A Flower Garden. And what this says, basically all it says is don't remove the totems, blah, 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 blah. And oh my gosh, no one was finding this book. I don't know why, but I thought like people playing Minecraft were like crazy and that they would just like eat up all the trees. Like, I don't know. I thought you guys were gonna be like termites or something. So I thought like all the trees, at least around spawn, would be like dug up, but no, like people were not mining the trees. And I guess to be fair, it was very hard to mine. I even like, and maybe this was a mistake, but I even like broke the wood here to like make it look a little extra like special. I don't know, but no one found this by like day 3. So I ended up having to add a red arrow. So that people would discover the book. I made a giant red arrow. I'm so happy Kerbal found it. But yeah, that was where the other book was. Direct your metagaming to push the plot line. That is something I like reflected really heavily on. Is I was really worried throughout the event that I was interfering too much, but I think to be honest, I wasn't interfering enough, and the event could have gone just a little better if I had, interfered a little more. So that was one of the biggest learning lessons for me, was to like actually, interfere a little more sometimes. Loads of people before me dug underneath the tree afterwards because that's so funny. It went great no matter what. I think so too. I think it could have gone better, but I think it went really, really well. And again, a big part of it is because of you all. But yeah, so the island, the flower garden, this and the other book is referring to, is actually here. It's actually this flower island, which has a lot of flowers, but did not have a lot of flowers during the event. Because I think whoever found this first like dug up all the flowers. But there's actually one of each flower here on this island. But a lot of people actually confused this flower island with Catfish Cove. They thought the book was talking about this flower island. And that was honestly kind of a panic. I was a little panicked because this flower island was actually added in after I had written the book. Like I did not make that connection that like people would think that this was the Flower Island at all, because this was added in like super last minute. But everyone thought it was this Flower Island. So that's why everyone thought the warden would be spawning in Catfish Cove. But luckily, especially with the first book, it doesn't talk about the totems at all. It just talks about Flower Island. Basically, all the first book says is that the warden will spawn in the Flower Island. And the second book kind of hints at the totems. But like without the second book, I could see why people would think it was this Flower Island. But then once the second book was found, and I'm so happy Kerbal found it and shared it with the Catfish Cove. That's actually why there was a server extension by 30 minutes, I think day 2 or 3 of the event. And that's why I extended the servers, because Kerbal found the book like super last minute and he wasn't going to share his info. He wasn't going to share the book until the next day. And I was like, no, he has to share it now. So I extended the server time just for Kerbal. Akane's house was the Flower Island too. Yeah. There are 3 like quote unquote Flower Islands. There's the Tulip one. There was like this one. This one was more of a Flower Island because it was like actually an island. I don't know why people didn't think it was this one. And there's also the one Professor built his house on. This is where Intern Memorial ended up being built. Things would have been too peaceful without the book. Yeah, I think okay, but I don't know what happened. I was so confident because I think after that day ended, so as I was like watching their conversation, I think the Catfish Cove people were talking about how like, oh, the totems must be underground. I was like, no, they're not. It's the volcano totems. And I started panicking again because I was like, they're not gonna get it, and people were saying like, oh, maybe these are the totems. I was like, no, because everyone was like, okay, but like, where are the totems? But then someone from the Catfish Cove DM'd me after the session ended, and they're like, I just want to let you know that I saw Nova holding a totem of Undying, and I was like, oh my gosh, they're gonna put 2 and 2 together. They're gonna be like, Nova, the volcano totem. The island in the volcano. But no one ended up putting 2 and 2 together. So I actually had to change the message for the warden spawn to specify that first it went up the volcano so people would know that it was talking about the volcano island, because everyone by the time the warden spawned, I think was still convinced that it was gonna spawn in Catfish Cove. We were all so confused about the totems. This is the first time we heard of it. Yeah. That's always a risk too, like with hiding these clues, is that like people might grab it and they might like log off and never log back in. But I think it was going well enough that I didn't feel a need to interfere. And also just I wasn't prepared to interfere, but that's like a lesson for future events for me, is that I need to have backup plans available where like if maybe like a book gets destroyed or something, I need a way to still like canonically communicate this information to people, so that it's not too surprising when the event actually happens. If I was in a different affiliation, saw the flower fields, would have believed the Fordins were going to spawn there. Yeah. I saw exactly why people made that mistake. The totems being put back in place and taken out. Oh my gosh, I'll talk about that when we get to the volcano. But that caused me so much grief when the totems were taken. You can get an add-on for creator to replicate items into the saved hotbar, follow their fixes and item data. Oh, you know what? If you right click, you could actually have duplicates of like books. So you could do that too. And that's how I got so many copies of, what is it, like a Steamy Night. Okay, we're gonna talk about day 6 more during the recap stream next week, but I have a lot of stuff to say about day 6. A lot of stuff. Okay. Wait, let me go back up here. Oh, I also felt bad, just like randomly. I was in the volcano people's. Sorry, I'm just gonna say the volcano people. The Twin Horns called. I was in their Discord server, and they had a lot of pre-planning for like how they were gonna build things. So I had a screenshot of the volcano for as like part of the teaser for the event. It was like this angle basically, and in the screenshot in my teaser, this did not exist yet because I had not placed it there yet. And so they were planning like their builds based off that screenshot. And I felt so bad because they were planning to build something right here. And I was like, oh no, they're going to get there and they're going to realize there's already a pre-built structure there. I felt really bad about it. In servers I've run, I've always kept a secret admin room of copies of every book. That's smart. Yeah. I think, it's also like, I had to be careful about that because it's not like I could just like put another book because it's like, what if they do log back in, you know? And now there's 2 books, and then everyone's gonna be like, why are there 2 books, you know? So I had to really think it through. But I think having backup plans is important. But yeah, I think Nono mentioned earlier, but yeah, the totems were just here. Also, fun fact, I only meant to have 3 totems. I think I was really tired when I was placing these, and so I accidentally added a 4th totem, but there was only supposed to be 3 totems. I'm very lucky that I don't think I mentioned like a quantity of totems in any of the books, but there's only supposed to be 3, but there ended up being 4. I was also hoping like that this thing being here, I forget what it's called, the Shulker Shrieker, would be like a hint that the Warden would spawn here, but yeah, no one figured out that this was the island that the books were referring to. I think it didn't help that the people who first explored this area, I think it was probably Getfist and like the volcano people, the Twin Horns people. A lot of them didn't make it past the first few days. Twin Horns didn't mention this at all. Yeah, I think part of it was like Twin Horns. Like they either didn't make it or they went into hiding really early on. And so, none of this, like this whole thing we're looking at did not get communicated to anyone else. I did like the glowing picture frame I stole from here. Also, fun fact, so I was originally only going to spawn 1 warden, and then I decided maybe I'm gonna spawn 1 warden per totem, and it's like as each totem gets returned, I'm gonna despawn 1 of the wardens. But like event day comes and like the volcano has been abandoned. Literally no one lives here anymore. No one. I'm like, if I spawn like a warden at the volcano, like literally no one is even gonna notice. Like it does not matter. So I ended up spawning just like, I ended up like just doing a thing where it's like I spawned a warden every 15 minutes instead. Just like in places where players were populated. And I think that helped a lot. I think wardens ain't scary. Yeah, I realized that too, that they're really easy to run away from. But honestly, I kind of feel like it was kind of nice in a way because it added a lot of tenseness to situations. But at the same time, it wasn't too deadly. You know, I'm always worried about like killing off too many players because that's sad. But like I didn't want it to be just like mass death everywhere because of the wardens, but I did want there to be some kind of threat, and I feel like how the warden spawns ended up going was a really good balance. But because of my new idea where I wanted like people to get the 4 totems back, I ran into a new issue where Gefis actually died with 2 totems day 1. And so I had to figure out a way how to get those 2 totems back in the world. And I'm very happy with my solution. So I gave 1 of them to Yomi. I was gonna give it to Wee, but Wee was sick that day and didn't make it. But I gave it to Yomi, or I just gave it to the Rats cult as winners of the build competition. And also secretly, strategically, I just wanted to start getting them involved in, you know, world events. But mostly because I think the other groups already kind of had access to totems in a way. So I wanted to kind of just get everyone involved in this event. And so I gave it as a secret gift for the build competition. And I kind of hinted that I would give a special surprise to the winner. I was like a little panicked because I gave it to Yomi and then I think I teleported to Yomi, and then they were talking about the totems and then Yomi was like not talking about the totem I gave to them. And I was like, I hope they figured out that this totem counts as a totem you can return. But they did in the end, and it was really cool seeing the rats cult like leave their rat base and like place one of the totems back. That was super neat. And then one of the other totems, and I'm really happy about this too, is so for real. I fought the totem. Oh no! They were actual totems of undying. Also, no one else can see that message because Twitch doesn't like the word hose, but I'll let it through. Parkour temple. So actually, this segues nicely, but I also spawned another totem in the parkour temple because I feel like before this point, only Getfist had really explored the parkour or actually finished the parkour. So I felt kind of wasted, like having this whole parkour temple here, and then it had already been looted. So there's an elytra here with some fire rockets. I love the parkour. I'm happy. Honestly, I could never like finish this parkour. Like I never managed to complete this parkour. I practiced like every individual jump. Like I would just fly back. So like it was possible. I did play test that part, but I never actually got the whole thing in one go. So I didn't put it up here because I thought it'd be too hard, but I put it down here, and not a lot of people actually knew. And I think pretty much only that I was aware of, only Getfist actually knew you could drop down here. So in my hint, I gave about the fourth totem. There's a whole parkour temple. There was, yeah. What happened to Elytra? Getfist died with it. Getfist cleared out. Not only did he have 2 totems of undying, he had the Elytra, and he also had a mace that was at the bottom of this parkour. I was so scared falling up the narrow beams and had to give up. Yeah, it is scary. I'm actually surprised. I don't think anyone actually ended up dying in the volcano parkour at all. But people were also too scared to drop down here, which I guess is fair. But if you were to drop down here, there's actually a whole nother parkour course, which I handmade. I also want to say, I learned parkour for this. I watched Parkour Civilization for this. I watched Parkour 101 for this. I watched like the history of parkour for this. I watched so many parkour videos, and I settled on making honey parkour, which I didn't even know existed. I'm still proud of this. And then no one even did the honey parkour correctly. They just cheesed it. Would you jump for the beef? Yeah, I would, cause I learned parkour. I learned parkour for this. But yeah, not that anyone else learned parkour, cause no one did this correctly, except I guess Getfist maybe. I didn't see his run, so I'm not fully sure. This was my first time doing honey parkour. Yeah, I actually thought this was too easy, but a lot of people were struggling. I think people were confused about this last jump. What you do is you run here, and then you just kind of slide at the parkour, the honey, and then you make it. And then for the rest of the honey like nerfs you, but you could like still sprint and in theory make it. You just have to like time your jump very, very last minute. But yeah, I'm very happy that I found a way to make the parkour temple relevant again, especially in such like a tense moment. Like everyone was super panicking about like being able to complete the parkour temple to get the last totem of undying. No one saw that. But anyways, what people ended up doing instead of doing the cool honey parkour I worked so hard on and researched so much. You know what Zervin did? He did this. Sigh. Man. After I was so nice to even put these down here in the first place, so that if people like thought the parkour were too hard, they weren't stuck here forever, they could just go back up. After I did all that, they decided to take advantage of it and cheese the parkour. Sigh. You made it too easy, Roy? I didn't want to make it too hard because I was scared people would just like, give up. And I also wanted to make it kind of fair. I didn't want the parkour to be at a level where it's like you have to actually like practice Minecraft parkour, because in my research I learned like there's actual like mechanics for Minecraft parkour where you need to have like special like inputs and like special timings, and it's not just like it's not things you could just figure out without a tutorial. So I didn't want it to be too hard either, but yeah, I didn't think people would cheese it like that. I'm sad. I could have covered this up too, but I was like, it looks ugly. Like I want people to have like a scenic view, you know, as they're going up. You know, I want them to see the rooms, but no. That was a mistake. Anyways, if you make it down here, you get to the last room, which people also cheesed. So this is just classic Minecraft parkour. There's like the ceiling jump, and then over here, there's a word for this. Does anyone know what this is called? Did anyone watch Parkour Civilization? There's a word for this. But it's like you gotta like jump here, and then you like jump over here. Neo, yes, Neo. There was a 1-block Neo. I should have made it a 2-block Neo. I should have made it a 2-block Neo. The 1-block Neo was too easy. Not that anyone even did the Neo. Because apparently, if you're in survival, you take damage, and when you take damage, you get a jump boost. So we'll just use the jump boost and just made it over here, and that's how they beat this parkour. I should have made this 1 block higher. I should have made this like the ground 1 block lower, but you know, I was wanting to be nice. I didn't want anyone to die from the parkour, so I was scared people, you know, would start taking fall damage if it was 1 block lower. But you know, I've learned my lesson. Next time, I'm not gonna be as kind. And they're just gonna have to deal with the damage they take. It's still amazing. I'm very proud of this. I made this all by myself. So all the interior here was made by me. I made the interior here. I made everything in here as well. And I didn't make the outside, so I commissioned someone for the outside of the temple, but I did like come up with all the parkour myself. Next time, Roy's just gonna kill. Yeah, I'm just gonna have like a bottomless pit, so I might do that. That's a good idea, actually. It's like easy jumps, but it's a bottomless pit. Though actually, the #1 player killer, oh wait, I can't even show you because it doesn't exist yet, but the #1 parkour player killer was made by one of you all in Catfish Cove. It killed 2 people. Next time Roy personally throws a trident at people and pretends it's thunder. I'm not gonna say names. But we'll say claim 2 victims, very close to one another. Nom, Badnap, welcome in. Okay. Also, if anyone is wondering, there was 4 wind charges in here, and a mace. I was scared of like making the mace too strong, but I think I didn't make it strong enough. I know maces are kind of like hee hee ha ha in Minecraft, but I think like in theory with the wind charge, you could one-shot someone with the mace. So I didn't want to make it too strong either. I was just scared of like people what I was really scared of is the serial killer getting the mace, and then just hopping around and just one-shotting everyone with the elytra. Yeah. Maces with elytra are one-shot. Yeah, especially since like in this map, there's a lot of places to jump from too. If a PvP player got their hands on it, it would have been over. Yeah, it was kind of hard to balance things that way because like, I think for the average person, like the mace would not be good at all. But like, I was scared of PvPers, but I don't think there are too many like super good PvPers on the server, so it ended up not being a concern. What I was really scared of is just like one of the serial killers being a PvPer, but none of them were, and so it ended up not being like a huge deal. I'm so curious for the lore recap next week. I think serial killers were scary in theory, but seemed chill when I met. Yeah, serial killers were like a very interesting experiment. I will talk about the serial killer some more. I'm excited for the movie too. Or I'm dang, that's crazy. I replied in when I was just be like saying the chat, but I'm also excited for the movie. Just be glad Clover never got the mace. I feel like maces, I don't know, maybe I'm just bad, but I don't know. It didn't seem that strong to me when I was practicing with it. Becoming a Minecraft parkour expert for your next event. I was scared too that people like just didn't like the parkour maybe because no one went to the volcano temple, but I think it was just too far away. Oh, actually, funny story. Someone thought the parkour temple was like a player built structure because they voted for it in the awards show survey. I like saw that and I was like, oh no, they don't know. They're insane. Okay, that's good to know. But yeah, I think I will have maybe another parkour kind of thing in the next event as well. What the heck is that thing? Wait, what is that? Wait. Oh, okay. It was Distant Horizons. I was like, I don't remember that being part of the initial map. What else? Oh my gosh! Okay. I'm gonna like sorry if I get a little upset here. Was the word survey? Yeah. So the word survey is only for participants, but I will be streaming it this Saturday, so you'll be able to see the award show. I have like different awards like best villain and best duo and so on. The reef. You know, as like pre-event was happening, all I was thinking of was like, dang, everyone's gonna be fighting over the coral reef. Like I worked so hard to make this look pretty. And if anyone has seen the like pre-event planning pictures of Catfish Cove, it was all like coral vibes and coral themed. And I was like, wait, this is literally perfect for the Catfish Cove. And I even worked so hard to clear out the sand. So before the sand, like this beach part, it looked like this. I manually removed these trees. And you all know how hard it is to remove the trees because you've done it yourself. But I manually had to remove so many trees here. And I had to clean up the sand as well because the sand was like super like dirty. But I had to clean up the sand here as well. And that took so long. And then no one ended up living in the coral reef. I had to live here for a night. Yeah, I think some people live here for like a few days and then they all abandoned their bases. So the coral reef ended up looking super ugly by the end because it was just like abandoned bases. And I didn't build any of these, but my friends did, and they worked so hard. I'm so sad, so sad. No one appreciated their coral builds. They're like, they're air coral builds. Sorry, director, we were too scared. It's okay. Oh my gosh, caps. Go away. Someone told me earlier that I could just use the F5 keys for switching modes, but I forgot what exact keys they said, and I'm scared of doing something. Took the glowstone because I saw the sign. Oh, that's wild. These glowstone, I mentioned this in the pre-event speech, but this glowstone was all hand placed by one of my friends because I forgot to add glowstone as natural gens in the map. And you may notice that this glowstone actually kind of looks like a circle surrounding this one. So I added here. You dig down, there's actually a chest with a lay spawn egg. I forget who found it. Someone actually did find it. SMS. Yeah, SMS found it. But I don't know if they ever actually spawned in the lay because I don't remember ever seeing an lay in the event. But there was an lay egg and someone did find it. But I don't know what ended up happening with it. We never used it. That's so sad. Okay, I gotta stop meowing, or else someone's gonna clip that, and that's gonna become the only. That's gonna become someone's first impression of me is me meowing, because apparently that's happened before. Sorry if my voice is dying, because it is. I completely forgot about it after that day. Yeah, that's the vibe I got. I also forgot about it after that day. Also, fun fact. Okay, I felt bad for my friends because I made them place these coral, all this coral over here. Because I don't know, I wanted like the coral reef to look really pretty, like not only like underwater but above ground too. So I had them do a secret technique where and by the way, I made this up myself. Like I didn't watch any tutorials for this. I just like figured it out. But what you can do is you could have some water here, and then you could put a sandstone slab there, and then you could put coral here. Because otherwise, if you put coral normally, on the ground, it will. Wait, let me go somewhere where I can show it. What the heck? Oh no, okay. It will die! It will die! It will turn gray and sad! This is a coral, right? Yeah. So this is what happens normally. But in order to have pretty coral, I had my friends like use that secret technique. And then later on, I found a way to just have the coral not die. So actually, fun fact, but in the coral reef, like in this specific zone right here, in the specific zone, you're able to place coral anywhere and it will not die. So you could actually make like above ground coral builds here, but no one took advantage of that because no one ended up settling here. The coral reef was so pretty, no one wanted to base it. Okay, I would agree with you, but there was like a whole half blown up Merchant's Guild building here, like right here. But yeah, I'm kind of sad no one ended up figuring out that like secretly you could build above ground coral builds in the coral reef. But that's okay. I was so certain the Catfish Cove would settle here, but they did not. I do think I made the map a little hard to navigate, and I might either make the map easier to navigate or smaller next time around. But okay, I will say I was like very worried about how do you disable coral decay? Magic. Behind the scenes, it's World Guard. I used World Guard for a lot of things. That's also how I added the effects and added teleportation is all with World Guard. It was cool to have large areas that was mostly unexplored. I think I definitely, if I do make it smaller, it won't be by too much, but maybe just a little bit. I was actually really worried about the world size, and for like the longest time I was thinking I made it too small. I remember like lurking in someone's Discord server and they were like theorizing, I think it was in the Merchants Guild, they were like theorizing how big the island would be, and they were like, oh yeah, for sure it has to be like at least like 10,000 by 10,000 blocks. Like I did calculations with like Minecraft players, and like with like a server this size, it has to be 10,000 by 10,000 at least. I was like, mine's is like 4,000 by 4,000, and that includes the water. that includes the water. I forget how. Wait, I could look it up. How big the island was. Okay, so including the water, it was. Including the water, the map was only 3,000 by 3,000, and the island itself was 2,000 by 2,000 blocks. But I was so panicked for like the longest time that I made the island too big or like too small. Anything bigger would make it very tough to navigate. I think part of why it was so hard to navigate is these trees, which I did ask. I did want the jungle to be hard to navigate, but I didn't realize people would be like so navigation averse or like exploration averse. I think really it shouldn't take you more than 15 minutes at most to get from any part of the map to any part of the island to any other part of the island. But I think just because of how confusing the layout was and like all the mountains in the way, it made traveling a lot harder. Oh yeah, the pufferfish were dangerous. Raids, yo! Rised. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Thank you for the raid. Thank you. What were you doing? How was your stream? My name is Roy, and I am the Pixel Prince of the Milky Way. Just last week, I held a giant Minecraft event with 200 players, and today I am haste raised with haste. I see it. But today I'm going over some kind of behind the scenes stuff. He was lecturing us in Minecraft, pretty much. Let me give you a shout out, raised. Benji, welcome in! I missed you. I'm sorry. I've been so busy with the event, I haven't been streaming that much. Just building a near 1-to-1 scale model of Dune in Minecraft. Wait, that's crazy! Oh, that's so cool. Minecraft builders are so cool. I have such big respect after having to like build my like tiny little builds compared to other people for this event. But Yar, I think I'll either make the any future maps easier to traverse or smaller for future events, or I might just give out the map. So I did have the map ready. I don't know why, low key, I didn't give it out, but I might just give out the map earlier on to people. I think I was kind of hoping people would map out the island themselves. Think I was going in circles? Okay, I will say, I'm sorry to call you out like this. I don't know if you're still here, Zervin, but on the last day, everyone was trying to go to Pine Valley, and let me go back to do I have a good way to show it? But wait, let me change the spectator. I'll just show it in game. So everyone was trying to go to Pine Valley, and I think Zervin was trying to go to Starfall Studios. So again, Starfall Studios was right here. It's right here. And I just remember Zervin like leading a group of people being like, I know the courts to Starfall Studios. And I was like, in my mind, I was like, yippee! Oh my gosh, they're gonna get there. Like drama's finally gonna happen. Like stuff is gonna happen. And then I teleport to Zervin. And he's like over here. He's like right here going that way, like the opposite way of Starfall Studios. I'm like, oh nar. Raised, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Anyways, I did not see that group in Starfall Studios until like maybe 30 minutes later. It's okay, it was funny. I was like, that is the opposite way. It's actually not too hard to get to Starfall Studios if you go by boat. I'm surprised more people didn't just do that, because if you just boat, you're able to just like boat right here. And then Starfall Studios is like, it's just right here. Was that when you told me to go back and I sat there waiting for a long time? Yes, that was. I'm so sorry you had to wait so long. Also, big shout out to Zaitin. I just want to say, speaking of waiting, that reminds me. I forgot what day it was, but one of the days, I was like, how's Starfall Studio doing? So I teleport to Zaitin, the other manager of Starfall Studios, and he's just behind the desk, just waiting. And I don't think anyone came in that day. So I just imagine him just waiting there the whole like 3 hours the server was open, and then no one comes because Starfall Studios is so hidden away. But like, big respect. I was like the biggest fan of Starfall Studios. My brain couldn't take it anymore. That's fair. Okay, I think that's pretty much all the major areas of the island. We're your fans or shining stars. They needed more advertising in the news. Nah. Okay. Did anyone see Faye's portrait of Eduardo, like actually peak art? I was surprised the whole server wasn't like at Starfall Studios doorstep after the day after that. Hindsight should have marked down the chords of the specific studio. It's okay. It was funny. And yeah, you did get there in the end. You did get there in the end. Videosity, thank you. Oh, no. Okay. There was one more place. And I'm surprised. Only one person ever found this place. And I guess it's because I told people to not really explore the water. But there was one more place that I wanted people to find. And that was, where'd he go? That was here. Announcements. So this actually looked way different by the last day because I had to add like a bajillion more announcements. But this is where I went for for all the announcements because I couldn't fit it into like player commands, so I had to use command blocks. Maybe I could use server commands, but like I don't know. I didn't want to risk it, so I had a control room. Yeah, I had a control room, and this was actually open for people to find. I was hoping it's like people could maybe like find it. Like it's not even that hidden. It's just like in the ocean, and you could see like the glass peeking out. But like I was hoping people could find it, and then if they actually use the command blocks themselves, they could be like, oh my gosh, like spoiler, like the warden is gonna come, But only one person found it. It was Percy, and then I don't think he told anyone about it. I think I like was like role playing a little bit when he found it. I was like, oh, you're not supposed to be here, like you gotta leave, and then I teleported him out. But I think he took it seriously, and he didn't tell anyone about it. But this was available for people to find as kind of like Truman Show type of realization. Yeah. The kind of plot, and maybe this is spoiling too much, but kind of the overall plot of V Island is that kind of, I guess, the meta plot of V Island. So this isn't the actual like full V Island plot, but the meta plot is that everyone is like an actor part of this production, which is why I'm the director. Though honestly, like the more the event progressed, I was like, yeah, I'm definitely like the director. Like that title fits me so well. Crimson, oh my gosh, Crimson, you had such a cool death. I couldn't witness it, but welcome, and thank you for the follow. But yeah, it was I don't know. So much was happening. Behind the scenes, I was really directing the camera crew. I was like, oh, like this thing is happening. Can someone like teleport to this person? Can someone teleport to this person? Oh my gosh, it was like wild behind the scenes. That's why you see us as celebrities. Okay, it's true though. You guys are so cool. I'm such a big fan. I sat there for a while doing my manager duties, waiting for clients. No one can. That's so sad. It's okay. It's okay. I was there, Zaitin. You couldn't see me, but I was there. Do you mean it? Of course I mean it. I got so lucky. I honestly got super lucky with everyone in V Island. Katsumi, thank you for the follow. I'm sorry, I'm so behind on getting you the living player list. I've been so busy, but I have it on my to-do list still. Director Sam, please teleport over. There's drama happening in character RP. Okay, I'm gonna call you guys out though. There were multiple instances, and I'm not saying this because I'm like annoyed, but I just find this really funny. But there were multiple instances where like I was like spectating a like a super like drama heavy event, and then someone would be like, oh, we should probably whisper the director, and so be like, yeah, we should message the director, and then people would like talk about it for like a good while, and then I would just be there just like waiting, and then no one would message me. Like I'm not I'm not upset about it, but I just found it really funny. I just like they would like pause their whole conversation to like talk about like messaging me, and then no one would message me. I messaged you for one dramatic event. Yeah, no, I appreciate everyone who did message me, but I just find it funny that there were times where it's like there'd be like a bunch of people talking about it, and then no one would actually message me. I think usually like when there were fewer people, you were all really good at like letting me know. But like for those big events, I think everyone just assumed that someone else would do it, and then no one would actually message me. I think sorry, Merchants Guild, I'm gonna call you out. I think during the Merchants Guild elections, I just remember that happening specifically, where there was like a bunch of people there for the elections, and everyone was like, "Okay, let's message the director." And then I think you guys waited for me. I think the Merchants Guild waited for me to arrive before like starting the elections. So I was just waiting for someone to message me, and I was like there, and no one would message me. And then you were all waiting for me, but no one told me. Someone said they had messaged you beforehand. Oh, I think someone might have. But I did end up okay. I think also I did end up messaging someone that I was there, but I don't think they noticed that I messaged them. So they kept waiting for me. So I had to message someone else, but it was fine. It was funny. Sorry I'm flying around. I like cannot sit still. I feel so bad for anyone that like tries to watch my replay files, because I'm like anytime like say there's like an important event like happening right here. This is me. I'm just like flying around because I cannot sit still. Remember telling you day night cycle broke? Oh my gosh, there was oh my gosh, there was I made several mistakes, several just like errors. So I talked about the warden. I misclicked the warden spawn, and I did forget to turn day night cycle back on after one of the build days. I did not think that many people would die during build days, which is why I changed the day night cycle. Well, I don't think it would have really mattered too much, because everyone who died during the first build day died, I think, during the day. Every time I'm chatting Minecraft, I either had to be building or parkour. That's so real. Many a church meeting where I'm running in circles, I decide while people talk, right? Yeah, those deaths were crazy. I was so sad about them. Did you record your POV including comms? A little bit, which was a mistake, because I like was low-key doxed a little bit during my streams, so I will not be sharing those publicly anywhere. But I think next event I'm also gonna factor in streaming more. I very unfortunately could not stream any of the event from my POV, but next time I'm gonna like prepare for that. But Yar, that was the behind the scenes tour of V Island. I hope everyone learned a lot today. I hope everyone found that interesting. But I'm very happy with how things turned out. And while I think there were a lot of things that I could have done better, I think I'm very, very, very satisfied with how the event ended up going. But yeah, I guess if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask. I'll let the rest of the stream be kind of like a Q&A. If anyone has any questions at all, I'm, more than happy to answer. I like being very transparent about things. I don't want to gatekeep. The event was very fun from a viewer's perspective. That makes me very, very happy, especially because I was prioritizing, the participant experience so much during this event. I was always a little worried that viewers may not find this entertaining. So it truly makes me so happy that a lot of viewers got invested into this event and really enjoyed it as well. And that makes me very excited for the final movie. Why don't you give me 1,000 netherite and diamonds? I would have, but that would have been interfering too much. Kerbo, you were amazing. I was your biggest fan. Okay, that's not true. I was not your biggest fan because some of the camera crew were even bigger fans of you, Kerbo. Kerbo, you had like basically a dedicated filmer. I'm gonna say that. Wait, let me scroll up. Can we do a little bit of Q&A? Yeah. Let me know. Let me know if you have any questions at all. That is in lore-wise. Yeah. Would you consider a build team apps? Okay, I've been trying to say too much about it, but like I basically said it multiple places, multiple times. But I do want to have another event, and I will be opening up build and also other staff positions after non-canon day. Cause I think another thing I learned is this event was like I think I was pushed to my limit. I was pushed to my limit during this event, and I think the only way, not the only way, but I think like if I truly want to improve the event, like I need more staff. I need people to help out. And it's really interesting because like as I was deciding like what staff I needed, I was like, listing out responsibilities that everyone would have to do if they, were part of the staff. I was like, oh my gosh, like I did so much stuff. Like I was just like reading the list of like things I expected like individual like staff members to be in charge of. And be like, I had to do all of it. Like it's insane. I don't know. Were there any secrets that no players ended up finding? Not really. I think yeah, not really. There probably were, but I don't remember them either. I just hid like a lot of things around. Just as like little surprises. If you could have chosen an event to happen, what would you have liked to see? Knowing everything you do about the map and stuff. I don't know. I think like honestly, the event just kind of happened to me, and I was just like there for the ride. So I don't think I have a good answer to that. If you do another event, is it going to be a Civ event? I think I will always focus on Civ events because I think I was inspired by a Civ event, and I think it's what I really enjoyed this event. So I think all my main events will be Civ events, but I hope I can get to a point where I might be able to do a little smaller side events that just have maybe like 12 to 15 people that are more like, I guess, lore heavy and on, I guess, rails as well. More like specific, maybe like train murder mystery or something like that, where it's very like a set location, like maybe no building, maybe just like full RP. But I think for now, I want to, make sure I can continually improve these Civ events. So that'll be my main focus. Shocked that my viewers got into it. After I died, we all hopped onto a call, watch everyone else POVs. That's so cool. That's so cool. Okay, sorry. I'm like behind on chat. I want to make sure I'm not missing any. The Kyle fight was huge for them. Oh my gosh, that Kyle fight was insane. I couldn't watch it myself, unfortunately, but like the cameraman that was watching it like kept being like, oh my gosh. And I was like, what happened? Did you think the science team was evil and up to no good? No, I think the science team were like the tragic heroes of the event. Reach out, happy and willing. Yeah, I hope people sign up for respond to the staff applications. Feel like a camera crew because I just was so many things and just passing through and it was neutral to everyone. I think that's so cool. I do want to participate in a Civ event myself because I think it's really, I don't know. That was my original plan was I wanted to be part of one of these events, but I think also I want to be part of one to like better understand the player kind of POV and perspective, and just better my own events to kind of fit what people expect as well. You hidden bell. Oh my gosh! Yes. Okay. That was another secret. I didn't just hide a bell in the rat rock, but I found out like 2 days before the event that bells are not craftable in Minecraft. Like I thought they were, but they aren't. So I was like, where the heck am I gonna put bells? And I ended up putting them in these rocks. I just broke it, but there was one right there. So I just hid bells in these rocks. It's so funny too. Day one, so many people made their homes in these rocks. I thought that was really funny. They just like lived here. A lot of people made tree houses too. Are there any positions available to help compile this current story? I'll have to think about it. A few people have already volunteered to be editors, and I'm a little hesitant to have too many chefs in the kitchen, but I am thinking about that too. I think this week I'm really focusing on non-canon day and planning special things for that, and kind of just wrapping up a few things for VCiv. But after starting next week, I'm gonna really lock in on the video. Will VCiv become a brand? I hope so. I don't know. It's kind of funny. I like really struggled with the name, and I kind of dislike it because oh my gosh, because like a week after I announced VCiv, I saw like a tweet go around like trending on Twitter. It was like, oh my gosh, people who like just name things like V whatever are so uncreative, and I was like, called out me, me. But I think VCiv honestly ended up sounding very catchy, and I'm happy I went with VCiv. But it's not gonna be like V Island next time. I'm gonna have a little more creativity with the name. We'll all make it to Ish's next event. You guys honestly all deserve to make it to Ish's next event. Like you guys, this was a top tier cast. Like truly, you don't understand. I'm pretty sure like you all were better than like Ish's cast. This was an amazing event. Like I've said this earlier, and I will keep saying it forever, but this event would not have went as well if it weren't for you all. Director King Roll would fit you. We'll let you set up the civ, then go a bit more hands off. Yeah, I definitely I will be like definitely delegating a lot of my duties if I'm able to have more staff for my next event. You should play in the event yourself. So actually part of the research I did was I watched like pretty much every civ video that exists out there. And there's actually a lot of creators. I think maybe half of the civ creators I watched, they actually participate in their own civ events. And to be honest, I just wasn't into those videos as much, and maybe like the event itself was fine, but like none of those videos was really appealing to me, and it made me realize that like something I really shouldn't do is participate in these events myself, at least the ones I'm running. I do want to participate in more civ events in general, but I don't think I'll ever try to participate in my own event. But yeah, if you are planning on doing your own event, I highly recommend just doing like a ton of research on different like perspectives. It's kind of crazy because I feel like I had such a handicap like never participating in an event myself, that a lot of things I had to just kind of like figure out and just like kind of stalk people to find out. Like I didn't realize that most events had like pre-planning and all that. But I'm very lucky that I figured that out, because I think that was very vital to like civilizations actually getting established on time. Everyone was civil with each other, and there were no hard feelings at all. Yeah. I do want to say I was also just like lucky in this event in general that not really any bad eggs joined. Like I'm just gonna say, there's been that whole kind of Twitter drama with another Minecraft RP event that went on at the same time of VCiv, and I just want to say like it was honestly just luck that it was really nothing at all on my end that prevented that, and it was really just luck. Like I did do some vibe checking of everyone that signed up, but like with 200 people, it's like, you know, there's only so in depth I can do, and it was really just luck that I ended up with you all, with the cast that I got, and I'm like so grateful that I looked out in that way. Everyone was lovely, even those playing more evil creatures. Yeah, big respect, and I'll talk about this more during the awards show. But big respect to everyone who played a villain, because that's very hard to do. I don't think he's gonna see my message. I'm sorry. I'll look at it now. Sorry. It's hard for me to like read and like yap at the same times. And I've been kind of bad with chat today. Sorry. I'm like out of practice. Quick question, Pine Valley, and I'm gonna be voicing. Would that be allowed to do during non-calendar day? Okay, I have a confession, everyone. I have a confession. I never actually finished reading A Steamy Night. I have a lot of stuff to say about day 6, and Steamy Night is one of them. I'm not gonna talk about it now, but I will say I never actually read the whole thing. I never actually read the whole Steamy Night, so I do not know. I do not know if that is safe enough work for for non-canon day. You're definitely free to read it on your own during non-canon day, but it's peak literature. I read a little bit of it and it seemed really good. Shout out to Faye for writing it, by the way, Faye Killa. But I don't think I have time either to make it an official event. But you're definitely free to read it. And I'll try my best to share it too. You should have totally joined us to chat during the build days. Oh my gosh, I was like nervous. You guys, when I say you're celebrities, I truly mean you guys are celebrities to me. Like I'm like, dang, this Nash guy is so cool. Like he did that like whole like trial escape, and like he got that double kill off during the announcement. Like you guys don't understand. Like truly, you guys are celebrities to me. He was. Oh yeah, I was. I was at Epic the Musical. Shout out to Barry, by the way. Barry was the one who was directing me for the weather changes. I was just following his messages. But yeah, Epic the Musical was amazing. I don't know. It's so weird because I was always like, that would be so cool if someone like organized a concert during my event. And I really didn't think it would happen, but it did. And there's not just one concert, there's gonna be 2. And that's so cool to me. You scared me 3 times that day. It was fun. It was fun messing with you. Crazy. It was fun messing with people in general. The weather was so cinematic during the concert. It was peak. I was so scared people would die because of the weather. I thought Nash was going to kill me on day 4. Real hot. At the final day, I was supposed to be scared of Nash, but we were just annoying. Wannabe. That's funny. Wannabe's resurrection was not planned. I decided to resurrect Wannabe like 5 minutes, I think, before it happened. I think Wannabe and I were both like there to film the ritual. A lot of people messaged me about their plans, and so I would be able to kind of like react to them and like kind of do special things for like whatever they're doing. Like for example, the whole announcement event. Like Andy let me know that she was gonna make an announcement, which is why I set up the stage and everything for that. But Hanabi never told me about the resurrection until like the day of. And I was just kind of there, and I was like, dang, I wish I could have like prepared something cool. But then like Wannabe like teleported in to like watch it as well, and I was like, oh, like what if I just resurrected Wannabe? So that's why Wannabe got resurrected. Something else I want to do better in the future is, and I knew this was going to be a problem going into this, I just didn't realize how big of a problem it was gonna be, and I also like truly just did not have time for this. Like this event would not have happened if I had tried to do this, but I wish I had prepared something for dead players. I yeah, I wish I had like things for dead players to do, so it would feel less bad dying during the event, and that's definitely gonna be something I have prepared next time, but I just didn't have time for this event to prepare anything like that. Also, I don't know why, but I've been looking to the left this whole stream. It's because I'm looking at you, chat. It's because you're on my left monitor. That's why. It's because I care more about you than my main monitor. Wanna be coming back to life is gonna be a running joke. Oh my gosh, wait, okay. Okay, I have two other things to confess. So one of them, next event, may I join the planning team? I'll have staff applications open after non-canon day. I'll make a more official announcement about it. But I have two confessions. So in the early days, there was a lot of like buzz around people resurrecting, and specifically like people would notice that people would log back into the game. Like people who had died the day before would log back into the game. And why am I recording? Okay, people would log back into the game, and so there was a whole buzz around things, and I did actually revive two players. One of them for a unfair kill on day one, and then number two, like unfair murder, and then the second one, they crashed while they were like in a really safe place, like their PC crashed. That's something else I'm gonna do better for next event, is having better rules around resurrections. I had to be very strict this time just because I just couldn't handle all of the requests that were coming through. But that is something I'm gonna be better at in the future as well. But yeah, I'm very happy with Moon's resurrection because she was very like open to, or rather, she wasn't even open. She like suggested this herself. Like she was the one who decided to be a zombie, and I really I think it was so cool. And this just again goes to speak how great like the cast was. It was so cool how she like decided to become a zombie, and then like made that her entire lore, and kept it up as her lore, and that actually became a kind of plot point with Hanabi. Was like, she was like, why do we have a zombie in the Merchants Guild? Like that was so neat. And all I had to do for that was like just resurrect her. But it's always cool when a bug or issue becomes something that adds to the plot. Yeah. I had to end up doing that actually several times where it's like something was unintended and I had to be very creative on the spot about how to make it intended. And that's something I learned is very important for like making this event so successful, is like you just have to be very flexible. Became really cool Barry killing people for Eri on the last day. Yeah. um but what was it? Oh my gosh. But what also contributed to this was I did let 3 players who had all asked kind of ahead of time to be helpers, like before the event even started, resurrect as well. So I let Intern and Semi resurrect so they could keep writing articles for the news, which I guess I could talk about that now. But the news, I feel like, was a very last minute decision from me, and I think it was a very good choice. I wish I could have kind of chosen what was presented a little better. I wish I could have added a few more articles to the news, but I think the news is really important for players that aren't able to join. It drove a lot of plots. Yeah, that too. But I think most importantly, the news is really important for players that aren't able to make it a certain day, so that they have some kind of resource that where they could catch up on things, so that they don't feel just like too left out once they rejoin after missing a day. Because so much happens in like even just an hour. So I think just having like a way for players to like keep up with the server even if they aren't logged in is very important. Very good way to give players info and character. Yeah. That was kind of the point of it. So I'm very happy I ended up starting it, even though I kind of regret not being able to like supervise it a little better. Shout out to everyone in the news team, by the way. Like you were awesome. Um, the bulletin was a very cool idea. Yeah. I knew I wanted a bulletin because I needed some kind of way for people to communicate. Because otherwise, like, miscommunication would be too rampant. Like, some miscommunication is good, but like I needed like a way for people to like broadcast events. Also, like I needed it for like if anyone wanted to hold a concert or anything. That was kind of what the bulletin board was for. Also, like, and I wish people not that I wish, sorry. I If I ever sound like I'm blaming the cast for anything, just know I'm not, because you guys were amazing, and anything I think that could have been better would have been something that I could have done better. Um, I could have been a better director. Like my direction could have been better, but I'm very happy, for example, that like Cookie had that island-wide meeting using the bulletin board. Also, Katie, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. But I think Cookie's meeting was like super cool, and so many people actually showed up to it, and it was such like a cool like plot meeting. So yeah, I'm very happy about the bulletin board as well. Okay, I've been like getting distracted, but let me finally say it. So another part of why people had all those rumors about players reviving is because I actually somehow accidentally corrupted the ban list on, I think, day 2. So everyone who got banned on day 1 actually got unbanned, and they were able to join back to the server. So um so that happened, and then I had to manually reban everyone, which took a while, but that did end up happening. Also, and I will never do this again. I will never use another nickname mod, because number one, it was so annoying to like use any commands with people who had nicknames. But also number two, I realized like later on that anyone that had a nickname was not actually banned by the plugin I was using to ban people. So never again. If you want like a better name, if you want a better name, never able to message Zella. I wasn't either, especially because I put Zella's Minecraft name Ron in the translation table. But yeah, never again. If you want to change your nickname in the future, you're gonna have to do it yourself. If you paid, or like if you ran out of free name changes for Minecraft, like you're gonna have to pay, because I'm never letting people change their names again. I know there were nicknames, yeah. I had like a nickname form out a few days before the event. But yeah, never again. That is never happening again. Now I know what to expect. I'm excited with this again. I want to do more crazy stuff next time. Yeah. I think something else that I'm very happy that I did is I went into this under the assumption that it's a lot of people's first time RPing, and I think it was. And I was always kind of worried. I was like, am I giving people too much information? Am I like overwhelming them with like that whole like rule about metagaming and explaining what it is? But I'm very happy I did that, because I think I feel like people like were able to understand. And even though it was the first time for a lot of people RPing, I was able to have a very like RP friendly environment, I guess. That was a worry as well. But I'm very excited that like everyone is now more used to things, and so I think for future events I can kind of lift a few of the handrails, or like the guardrails, I guess. A little overwhelming, but I think it was very amazing first SMPRP server for me. I'm glad. But yeah, it was very intense. Which I kind of expected as well. Um, but yeah, I'm glad everyone enjoyed it. The rules about metagaming help set the scene that we're here to make a story. Yeah, I do regret not being more clear about killing rules. That is something I will always regret. But I'm definitely more prepared for the future. That's something that I could have done better, is the rules around killing. And it's really funny because it is something I thought about a lot before the event started. Because I knew Ish actually had a system for his Civ events where for every kill you need to submit a ticket ahead of time to ask for permission. And I purposely decided not to do that. I think a big part is I was actually worried that no one would kill each other during the event. And yeah, and I'll talk about this more during the recap day, but there was actually not a lot of violence happening there during the event. So I think it was kind of a fair concern for me to have where people just weren't hostile enough towards one another, like in character. There was like not enough drama happening. I mean there's plenty of drama, but there was like barely enough. Everyone was so passive. Everyone was, yeah. So I didn't want to add like one more obstacle to that where they had to put a ticket in order to kill others. But after the first few like murders, I really started understanding why there's a ticket system for that. So that's why I implemented that rule kind of late in the game. Did like how there was no RDMing, yeah. I think it's like I was scared people wouldn't kill at all, or like there'd be good situations for people to kill. Cause a lot can change, you know, in 4 hours. So it might not make sense to like apply for a murder, you know, ahead of time, and then suddenly, you know, something happens and now it makes sense. So I was scared of, you know, like people not killing because of that, but I think ultimately it was really important to have a system in place where people had to ask for permission in order to kill. Um, so I'm gonna be like thinking through that system and improving it for the next event as well. Like people have planned out blocks of MCRP content. Do you wonder if maybe because yeah, I think that's it too. I think that's it too. Is killing and deaths are a lot more sensitive, I think, compared to other Civ events because you know everyone here is a content creator and they're a streamer, and because of that, deaths are like not just you know sad because you can't be on the server, but it's also a little like inconvenient as well, just because you know you've set aside your time for this, and this is like the content, and it's not just you that's invested. It's your viewers that are invested in this, and it's just because of that, I think it's just a little more disappointing to die, and also a little harder to kill, because of stuff like that. But I think I'm gonna try my best to find a way to you know still balance things and improve that so that um people aren't scared to kill, but that killing doesn't feel as bad. But I do want okay, this sounds weird. I want more people to die in Minecraft because I think that makes things interesting, and I think it really adds to the stakes, and you know adds to the animosity. But I also don't want people to feel bad when they are killed. So so I'm gonna have to really work on making sure to balance things out. And I think you know adding stuff for dead people to do will really help with that. But yeah, that's something I really underestimated and kind of got wrong for this event was like the impact of like killing and dying on people. Zombie apocalypse would be cool for future plans, lots of deaths. I do want to do a zombie apocalypse event eventually, but that's not going to be next event. I will say, little spoiler, but I already have in mind what I'm going to do for my next event. It's going to be a theme very near and dear to my heart that I've always wanted to do, and that really means a lot to me. I think one thing I really learned about this event is, you know, I'm sorry if this sounds too preachy, but like truly you sometimes just really got to do things. You can't just like wait until you're bigger or until like things are more, I guess, better. Sometimes you really just got to do it. Cause like, I feel like for a long time, just like in terms of like VTubing, I was always like, oh, like I'm gonna wait until I'm bigger or like I have more followers, so people actually like watch the event and people actually care, you know, or like I'm more experienced before I do this thing. But I'm really happy that I just decided to go and do VCiv, and this next event too is something I feel like I would normally hold off on doing because it's so important to me. But I'm just gonna do it because you know sometimes you just gotta do it. Okay, everyone, if you want me to milk. Okay, don't get too murder happy. You're an inspiration, milk. I hope so. I hope people, I don't know, can be inspired by this. I'm very happy already with what I was able to do with this. So truly, VCiv was like a dream come true for me. But yeah, I'm not gonna be like, what is it? Like, I'm not gonna let my guard down either. You know, this was a lot of work, and I'm gonna expect future events to be a lot of work as well. Even with staff, I think, you know, having staff has its own challenges. It's really easy when it's just me organizing everything because, you know, everything's in my head. But I really have to make sure that if I have staff, then, you know, I'm communicating with them well as well. Very happy you started this event and got us to meet each other. I think it's so interesting how like this was such a probably like such a spur of the moment decision for a lot of people where they're like they just saw my tweet and they're like, oh, like Minecraft event, I'll join. And it ended up being such like a impactful event for I think some folks. That's so like cool to me. Like it's like I feel like such a big series of coincidences in a way. Which I think is kind of the beauty of this kind of event. It's crazy to think this all happened in the span of a week. I think so too. What were your inspirations for the island being the first theme? Ellie was thinking you were pulling from Shipwreck 64. It actually wasn't. I wasn't thinking of Shipwreck 64 at all. That's kind of funny. This event felt like a month. I really did. To be fair, pre-planning was 2 weeks. Pre-planning was 2 weeks. So it was 2 weeks of pre-planning and then 1 week of the actual event. Feels like I lived a lifetime on the island. I think so too. Can't believe it's over. We still have non-canon day. And I do want to do more events in the future. But yeah, this was actually inspired by Lost. So I had a lot of like ideas for events, but I didn't want to go too fancy for my first one. And again, I did not expect 200 people to join. I thought 35 people would sign up. I thought it'd be my like close friends that I would like have to pressure into signing up. And I was like, okay, if I'm really lucky, I did have a lot of plans for like advertising that I luckily didn't have to do because I don't really like advertising. But 200 people managed to sign up, and that's crazy. I also wasn't gonna accept 200 people originally. You have Koji to thank for that. I didn't think the server could handle 200 people, but Koji was like, I think it could. And then so I was like, oh, maybe it could. So I took a big gamble too. That was the number one thing I was most worried about going into this event, is if the server could handle so many people. The Google Sheet is it's in Central Time for non-canon day. It's in Central Time. But yeah, this was very Lost inspired, which I think is super funny because I have never actually watched Lost. I read the Wikipedia article. No, I read the wiki for season 1 because wikis existed back then. But I never watched Lost. I never actually watched Lost, but that was the theme for this event. It was Lost and my wiki knowledge of Lost. Kid and I were saying how similar it's to Lost. I'm glad you were able to see the inspiration somehow, even though I was not very familiar with the source material either. I do want to do. Okay, so one thing is I think I forget what it was. Someone asked about something. Wow, I'm blinking completely, but I don't want to restrict more people. I think I do want to scale this event up. Star! Oh my gosh, another celebrity. I feel like not a lot of people knew about Star's whole plot, but Star had such an amazing plot during this event. I was such a big fan. But yeah, I do want to slowly scale up the event to add more people. Um, which I am a little worried about. I feel like 200 was such a nice number. It's so cute and sweet that you call everyone celebrities, because that's truly, truly what I think of you all. um, but yeah, I think if I do get more signups, I think I'll try to aim for maybe 300 or 400 people. But really, and I mentioned this earlier, but my biggest concern for this event out of everything was just the server itself, because there's not a lot of information, and you'd be surprised, because I was surprised, because I thought Minecraft is such a big game that there would be like a million servers that you could use for like these events. And also, okay, also I want to say, like, it was kind of hard finding plugins for everything. Like, I also thought you could find a bajillion plugins for like everything you would think of, and it was so hard finding plugins for certain things, which is why I had to like adjust a lot of my plans. But I'm so famous and stuff like that. I'm an idol at Starfall Studios. I mean, I will say Pinecone Valley was low key the main characters of the final day. Everyone read your fanfic. Most good ones are incompatible. Yeah. How much are you spending on RAM? It was I'll be transparent. I don't mind being transparent. I'm not gonna like say the whole cost of VCiv unless anyone asks, because I don't want to feel like I'm bragging or I guess about anything. But VCiv was very expensive, and I have no regrets, because this was truly my dream, and I would have paid even more for VCiv to happen. But the server itself was not too bad. It was it ended up being $85 for a month, and that sells the price. Okay. I'll even itemize it for you all. So the server was $85. I actually bought another server for $10 that I don't know why, but I thought the $10 server could handle 200 people. And then I asked in their Discord, and there was like, oh, it could fit 30 people. And I was like, oh, never mind. It was kind of nice having two servers though, because I had like a build server and I had this main server. But yeah, it was 80, 85-ish dollars for this server. Which honestly is not too bad. The island itself was $350, which is so much money, but I really wanted to make sure the island was nice. And then all the builds combined was maybe like another $100. And I think in total this whole thing was maybe $400 to $500 to put together. And I don't regret any of that money, because I could not have done it without other people helping. But yeah, this was a really big investment, and I honestly do not care at all that I did not really make any money back, and I might not make any money back, because this was like just like organizing this event was something truly a dream. And I feel like you can't really put a price tag on your dreams. Would you consider learning World Painter or getting staff who know about it to help creating settings? Yes. Yes. The answer is yes, and that is a position that will be open for application on. I think too, since I only had like a little more than a month to plan out this event. So for my next event, I think I will give myself maybe 6 months, which is bad for you all, since I know you all want another event soon. But I'm gonna be giving myself a lot more time, so that's gonna help a lot too, because I was very pressed for time for this event. 1 month is 1 month is was kind of speed running it. I do also think these Civ events are like a lot of investment as well. So I want to make sure you all have a proper break. I don't want you all to get burnt out. It's like I realized too, like you truly get immersed. And that was honestly something I was kind of worried about. Is I noticed some people got like really immersed, and I think that's a good thing for the event, and a good thing for you know, for the drama and all that. But I was worried. I was like a little worried that some people were getting like, you know, actually like upset from the event and what was happening. And you know, it really reminded me of how like during reality TV. I'm a big reality TV fan, but how during a lot of reality TV shows, you know, they manufacture drama and people also get really into it, and it's like there's a point where, you know, those kind of shows have to hire like counselors, like psychologists to like be there to help deal with any kind of trauma. And I was like low key like feeling a little irresponsible. I was like, am I going too far? Am I like pushing everyone too far? Am I like causing actual psychological distress? um but I feel like everyone was fine in the end. I hope so. I don't know. Please don't sue me if you did end up with any psychological problems from this. But yeah, I do want to give you all a break as well. Hiring a therapist for the next Civ event. Starfall Studios was to be more funny. Haha, to take a break from the series. I love Starfall Studios and kind of the energy you and Zaitin brought. It truly was a nice break. And I feel like you all were underappreciated. If anything, you let me make new friends. You gave me psychological happiness. I'm happy. I'm happy. Everyone was a VTuber. They already had some. True. Sorry about that spin just now. I was trying to like leave to re-chat again. I'm a little behind. Hope the video gets 1 billion views. Yeah, I'm gonna have to work really hard on the video. I have limited editing experience, and I have to really lock in for this, especially because people are helping me out. I want to make sure that they have a good experience volunteering, which I always appreciate everyone that volunteers. It means a lot. But I also have I have very high standards for things. You thought of hiring more editors to help? I already have some volunteers, but I will be probably opening up applications as well. It took 2 years because you didn't know either, I think. So take your time. I hope I don't take 2 years, but we'll see. But yeah, I hope next event can be even better. I will also be taking some of that time. I won't be dedicating everything to VCiv, but I need to get back to streaming as well. Again, thank you so much to the Star Piece for letting me ditch them for like pretty much a whole 2 weeks. 2 weeks, I think. I was gone for like 2 or maybe even 3 weeks of no streams at all, just so I could focus on VCiv. And I feel bad about that because I had already been on hiatus for a little bit because I was on business trips. It's kind of funny. I think a lot of VCiv was actually imagined up or like brainstormed while I was on an airplane, which is kind of funny. Bro didn't get a single view streaming VCiv until this stream. Yeah. It's okay. I feel honestly more bad for the Star Piece than whatever my own channel is. Like in a way, this was like I think a big reason of why I VTube is so I can host events like this. But my dream has already come true. So so maybe I can not care about VTuber growth as much. I don't know. I'm a VTuber to make people happy, and I feel like I was able to make a lot of people happy through this event. Sorry to be so cheesy, but I really am very happy and proud of myself for this. Much love, Roy. Kyle, welcome in. Thank you, really great event. Thank you so much for participating. I'm not gonna lie, I was like imagining a lot of my friends. I was keeping a lot of my friends in mind as I was coming up with this event, because again, I only thought my friends would sign up, and Kyle, you were one of them. I was like, I really hope Kyle signs up because he would be awesome in this event, this kind of event. I met more of your friends right off the bat. It was awesome. That was so funny how you met Koji and Elio. So Koji and Elio I knew before the event. They were also friends. that I was hoping would sign up, and it's so funny they met Kyle, one of my like few other friends during in this event. But yeah. Also, I'm very lucky I got to meet everyone. I gotta follow you on Twitch still. Yo, I've been like not having enough people to raid on Twitch, and I finally now have more people to raid. How can I tell you four we're friends? Same vibes. It's kind of funny. I actually met Kyle through another VTuber event. The only reason I know Kyle is because we were on the same team for a Marvel Rivals tournament. Okay, that's gonna be it for today's stream. I gotta eat still. Oh my gosh, Star, thank you so much for the sub! That's crazy! Hi, Key, I think you've all made the server price, the server cost back today, which I'm really, really grateful for. Thank you so much, thank you. Talking to my VTuber brother for this event actually yesterday. Empty, so I'm excited to show my friends your next event. By the way, yeah. So I will be. I answered this question in the Discord already, but I will be using the same server for future events. So feel free to invite your friends to that server if they want to be notified about any future events. I will be having applications again. I really hope you all will be able to return, but we will have to see about how big I can get the event. Yeah, I think the should we have invite already? Feel free to. You don't have to, but since it will be a long time away until the next event, but it will be the same server. But yeah, I am still worried. My number one worry still is I know I'm able to handle 200 people on this server, but I really do not know if I'm able to handle 300 people on the server. I didn't realize this, but like it's really hard. It's really hard to have over 200 people on a Minecraft server. Like you need a really powerful server for that. And this was already the highest tier server that I could find, like commercial server. So if I ever want to do like a 1,000 player event or something, that will require like a custom server. And I do not know how to do that. So that's the biggest limiting factor right now is just honestly like the server and how much people can hold. But yeah, thank you again everyone for participating in the event and also for being here today. I've done some hosting before. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'll probably be reaching out then. But yeah, thank you again everyone. Let me see who to raid. Hopefully someone from VCiv. Bell! Okay, Bell is streaming. Bell was one of the victims of the of the killer parkour made by a person I will not name. So everyone go say hello to Bell. She was part of Catfish Cove. She's super sweet. She's playing Pokemon right now. Dang, I want to play Pokemon. I missed out on Pokemon because I was so busy with VCiv, but maybe I'll have a chance now. Thank you again, everyone, for coming. You guys are actually top tier. It's been a long stream, so make sure you get some water. Make sure you get some yummy food today. Make sure you have a top tier rest of your life. Let me start the raid. Oh my gosh! Wait, raid message. Oh, okay. Sorry, give me 1 second. I need I always forget. Speed run. Where's my raid message? Here is my here's my raid message. There we go. Did I cancel the raid? No, I didn't. Okay, everyone, Milk raid. Thank you again for coming. Pixel out.
手に見えますのはことざアルファセイベが左手に見えるのはシリウス星の指輪車掌は冗談交じりの挨拶と笑い声の世界